Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Welcome to our special BBC coverage of Donald Trump's second inauguration. I'm Sumi Somaskanda. You're watching live pictures from the Capitol Rotunda. Donald Trump, now president again, Donald Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump just departing through those curtains there. We've just seen him sworn in as America's 47th president. He's starting a second term in the White House in which he is promising to reshape America. You see Donald Trump and Melania Trump now exiting through the law library doors, and they are now going to be heading to, we understand, an overflow room where many of the invited guests who could not fit in that Capitol Rotunda have been watching the inauguration ceremony. You see the outgoing President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden walking just behind there, and just behind them, now Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady, Usha Vance, walking just behind them. The ceremony just wrapping up, and here we see Vice President Kamala Harris departing as well. Outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. As we mentioned, Donald Trump is expected to greet some of the inauguration watchers in the overflow room. That includes, of course, some dignitaries and sitting lawmakers who could not be present in the Capitol Rotunda room because of limited space. But we just saw that wrap up. President Trump promised a flurry of executive actions on day one on immigration, energy production, crime, and other issues. Here you see images of Donald Trump's children, Donald Jr., Ivanka Trump, her husband Jared Kushner. There's Barron Trump as well. And you see Pam Bondi, who is Donald Trump's pick to be Attorney General. We saw her confirmation hearings beginning in Washington just this past week. Katrina, you're on the line as well. Just tell us what you made of Donald Trump's address, his inaugural address.
Indeed, Sumi, we've been watching this obviously here on Capitol Hill, and I think he struck quite a different tone to what we heard in 2017 in that so-called American Carnage speech. Here he's talking about the golden age of America, full of plans that he has for this country, even saying he intends to put American astronauts on Mars during his tenure, which caused a huge smile to break across the face of Elon Musk, of course, the owner of SpaceX. and a very now close friend and confidant of Donald Trump and close advisor. We saw him sitting in amongst the family, indeed, didn't we? It was really interesting, that seating plan where you had members of cabinet mixed in with the family and with those close friends now that Donald Trump has made, of people like Mark Zuckerberg, of course, the owner of Meta, and many other of the tech CEOs there. Again, everything noteworthy and unusual really about this inauguration, just as we see everyone leaving there through the halls of the Capitol, moving to the next stage of these sort of formal proceedings. Donald Trump will have an opportunity now to officially sign the nomination papers for those cabinet picks that we've been discussing. Now that he officially is president, he can make those nominations in an official way. Some speculation whether while he's doing that, he may also sign some of those executive orders and memorandums and actions that he was talking about during that speech. I think quite a few eyebrows will have been raised about his intention to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Also, some cultural issues we've been discussing about this affirmation he was talking about, that there were now only 2 genders in official US government business, male and female. But again, full of bright remarks, in contrast to what we heard from him in 2017, saying America's decline is over, he said today. And he also struck some warnings, which were actually quite similar to the warnings we heard from Joe Biden in his farewell address just a couple of days ago, when he was talking about the nexus of power and wealth and how that was concentrated in America and how potentially damaging it was. Well, Donald Trump made exactly the same point during his speech here, so that was quite an interesting note as well. But, you know, he's talking about a tide of change, sunlight pouring all over the entire world. Very, I think, an attempt to be quite statesmanlike and quite presidential in parts of the speech. And then it turned into something of a campaign speech, really, didn't it, where he was making these pledges. We don't often hear those kind of specific things in an inaugural address. We generally hear sort of bigger viewpoints, ideological points and a vision for America, whereas there were quite a lot of specifics here, Sumi, weren't there, in terms of individual policies that Donald Trump, now that he's president, intends to address.
Indeed, Katrina, we certainly did, and we're going to be talking about this as we see the Supreme Court justices just filing out. We saw the leadership of the House and Senate filing out there as well, and we saw former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, as she was talking to Donald Trump's children just briefly there as she was leaving the rotunda, as everyone's exiting now, as these that part of the formal proceedings, as you said, Katrina, are moving on. And we'll see Donald Trump move on to the next phase of this inauguration day. As you said, we saw there's Jared Kushner and again his children walking now through that hall and exiting the Capitol Rotunda. Really interesting, as you said, Katrina, that makeup of the first few rows of people who were seated together. I noticed during the benediction when the pastor was speaking, you saw the reaction from Donald Trump, and just 2 rows behind, the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, with a big grin on his face. And we also saw Elon Musk watching closely. Such a fascinating mix of power and politics, tech and politics, really in one room. And to your point on those policies, you know, they had been telegraphed all morning from the Trump team that we were going to see some of these executive orders, as we see some lawmakers here. Senator Chuck Schumer now departing. You can see that hat, of course, Katrina. It is still very cold. You will know because you're on a rooftop at the moment, but the sun is shining as they depart and the inauguration ceremonies continue.
I can testify that it is still very cold here in Washington, D.C., but the sun is shining on our backs, and what more could you wish for than a bit of a sun on your back or even on your face? And, you know, that kind of chimes in with the theme of Donald Trump's speech in many ways, that he views it as a new dawn, a new sunshine for America, referencing sunlight. Even at one point, we're seeing there the Supreme Court justices leaving here and everyone spilling out into the sunshine there. And we can see all the former presidents coming down the steps there, out of the shade and into the sunshine there. And we can see, of course, in the middle of that screen on the left, President Donald Trump, the 47th President of America, and his wife Melania Trump, followed by Joe Biden and Jill Biden, of course now former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden. And behind them, just dipped out of shot, their Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance. They're making their way now to this is the next sort of formal part of proceedings, which is the bidding of farewell to Joe Biden. His term in office officially ended at midday Eastern Time here in the US, 5 p.m. in the UK. And so we can see the helicopter there, which Joe Biden and Jill Biden and presumably Kamala Harris, although do we see her there? It's hard to tell from this angle. We'll get into. Well, we're joined on the line now by Brian Lanza, former senior advisor to the Trump-Vance 2024 campaign and also a member of President Trump's 2020-21 presidential transition team, a close advisor of President Trump. We can say it now, it's official, Brian. We were chatting earlier about what might be in that speech and what tone he might set for his presidency. What did you make of what you heard?
Listen, I thought it was a very unifying speech. I mean, you have to remember the country has asked him to come back to Washington, D.C. and implement these radical changes, and it is a unifying message. I think you see the president speaking with a tremendous amount of confidence because he knows he has a team who has the ability to execute on their priorities. It was good to see the president. It was good to see his family, and it's good to see him get right to work. There's a lot to do, and this is a man who's dedicated, to working very hard for the American people. And so it's good that we have these moments of shifting powers here in Washington, D.C., but it's also, we can't lose sight. We're here for the American people. The circumstances and prompts is great, but there's desks that need to be filled with people who need to be working on behalf of all Americans, taxpayers, to make sure that their priorities are being met. And that's the one thing President Trump understands better than anybody else, is that Washington's not here to work for the politicians. Washington's here to work for America, and that's what he's bringing.
Indeed, he said that in one of his first sentences in the speech, didn't he? He said, "I will very simply put America first." And then he went on to say, "Our sovereignty will be reclaimed, our safety will be restored, the scales of justice will be rebalanced," and then a number of other specific policy points. Was there a particular highlight from you, something that you heard from him that will stick in your mind from this speech?
Listen, I think truthfully, him talking about, putting the American people first, America first. I mean, I think far too long, whether it's before President Trump was in office the first time or even during these last 8 years, the American people have felt left behind. They felt the corporations, they felt the globalism was sort of, was hurting them, and that Washington, D.C. was not there to service them. And so when President Trump said that clearly and definitively, among the first things that it's America first, I think that's what I wanted to hear. America first doesn't mean America only. America first means that we're prioritizing the resources of the American people to prioritize them here domestically and abroad, and that has a huge impact on foreign policy. You saw some of the foreign policy successes of in the last couple of days when the terrorists got released. Most would say it was President Trump's tweets demanding Hamas release the Americans that sort of prompted this, the hostage negotiation to get restarted. So there's nothing wrong with America first, right? We're a big world, and we will work with others. But I think President Trump, making sure, that we don't have the huge homeless problems that we've had in the last 30 years. During the Biden administration, homelessness has risen 30%. That doesn't sound like America first to me, as we send $200 billion to Ukraine. So I think that people wanted this change. They're going to get it. We're excited about it, and I'm excited to see, my friend, my old boss, President Trump, getting ready to implement change, which this city needs and this country desperately wants.
Right, as you've been speaking, we're seeing these images here as the Bidens are indeed departing, about to get on that helicopter, not riding off into the sunset, if you will. It is, of course, still daytime here in Washington, but these images we see here, them departing, saying goodbye to Donald Trump and Melania Trump. And just a moment ago, we saw the former vice president now, Kamala Harris, departing, giving both Joe and Jill Biden a quite long embrace before they left in a car, in a motorcade to depart. And that is the end of that farewell ceremony for Joe Biden and Jill Biden. And we know that earlier in the day, of course, they did have tea together in the White House as the beginning of this procession. This handover began. Joe Biden was asked if he had written Donald Trump a letter, as is the tradition from an outgoing president to to an incoming president, and he said he had. He was asked what was in that letter, and he said, that's between me and Donald Trump. So here now you have the president and vice president, the first lady and second lady. They're all standing together as they watch the Bidens depart. And Brian, this really was today the handover as we are used to seeing it, this democratic milestone that was being celebrated as well.
Yeah, no, listen, it's great. It's an important part of our culture. You know, these peaceful transitions of powers. It's great that President Trump's there, that Biden is leaving, that everything's happening, taking place. But I would point out that, you know, it is sort of sad to see Joe Biden leave as he pardons his entire family for all their criminal activity on this final day. You know, it's pretty remarkable that they accept the pardon, because that's accepting guilt on their behavior. So that just tells you what we need to know about the last 4 years of Joe Biden's tenure, that it very much was a crime family that got a pardon at the last minute. That's not American. The average American doesn't have access to those things of being wiped free of all their sins. So it's a good, you know, in my view, it's good that he's leaving, because we're ending a dark part of American history where he weaponized the judicial system and he prioritized his friends and families over everybody else. That's not who America is.
Brian, we should just say, of course, that investigations into Joe Biden himself did not turn up any evidence of wrongdoing, nor among the family members who he preemptively pardoned in his final minutes in office today.
Yeah, I mean,
but indeed, this handover has been... Go ahead.
Listen, when you accept a pardon, the U.S. Supreme Court has said when you accept a pardon, you're accepting guilt. So it's very hard to say that, you know, investigations have been done clearly. You know, when the family right now, as they're leaving it, they're accepting guilt. What are they accepting guilt of? That would be my question.
Okay, I think we're just seeing if Katrina's still linked up here, but as we're looking at these pictures, of course, of the Bidens departing, we've just seen that departure ceremony, that farewell, the outgoing president and first lady, and the now current president, Donald Trump, and his first lady and vice president and second lady. This is all culminating after the inauguration ceremony that we saw inside the rotunda at the Capitol. Again, all of that was planned very last minute. These ceremonies were moved indoors. They were supposed to be held, as they usually are, in the steps of the Capitol where the swearing in is held, and with tens of thousands of people watching on the National Mall. And here, this was a different ceremony, but one that had a lot of that pomp and pageantry that we are accustomed to seeing during such a ceremony. And Brian, I want to ask you a bit about what we saw in the actual rotunda and that seating arrangement. It really was remarkable to see members of Donald Trump's family sitting really side by side with some of the titans of the tech industry. What did you make of that?
You know, listen, I think it's Donald Trump bringing the business community here. It wasn't just tech industry. There were other CEOs there that were there, and I think, you know, America is eager for President Trump to engage the business community. I think the last 4 years they haven't felt as engaged. The business community hasn't felt engaged with their government as they felt during Trump tenure. So they're back. They're here to welcome him. They're here to say that America's open for business, and that's a good thing. You know, you saw our cabinet members there. You had a lot of cabinet members who've had successful business careers. Listen, America's open for business, and it's being handled by people who understand business and who want this country to grow. You know, the bureaucrats, you know, I'd say, you know, you keep an eye out, because, you know, they're going to be pushed out of this town, because it's not about them. It's about the American people. It's about affordability, and it's about their lives. It's not about Washington expanding itself.
Brian, just as we're listening to you there, you can see just over my shoulder here, and you can see on your screens there, the helicopter taking off that is carrying now former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden. They're literally flying right over our heads there as we're speaking to you now, and that marks the end officially of Joe Biden's official business as President of the United States. That's the last formal involvement for him in that helicopter just taking off now. And he goes on to the next chapter in his life after 5 decades in public service, 36 years as a senator, 8 years as vice president, and of course the last 4 years as president, the 46th President of the United States. And you can see there the flags are flying at full staff on the Capitol. We were talking about that earlier, how they had been at half-mast following the death of Jimmy Carter, but they are back up at full staff upon the request of the Republican Party in honour of the celebration of today, the inauguration of Donald Trump. You can see here we're looking at images coming to us from the overflow part of the US Capitol, because as we've been saying, moving the ceremony inside to the rotunda meant there was a very tight limit on the number of people who could be seated in there. So there are about 1,200 people in this room we're looking at here, which is the visitor centre of the Capitol building. It's just behind the Capitol building and underneath a little, just actually quite close to the area that that helicopter just took off from. So all of these people here, staffers, other family and friends, constituents that have been invited by the various Congress people who would normally be in prime seating right in front of the inaugural platform, but on the lower section looking up at those steps where all the principals would be seated. Here they are in the visitor centre. Now the plan is for President Donald Trump to make his way to this area here to speak to this gathered audience. We're told he will make remarks of about 10 minutes or so, but we're also told they will be non-scripted. And as we know with Donald Trump, if it's non-scripted and he gets in his flow, he's president now, he will no doubt be setting out some more of those policies that we saw him articulating in the inaugural address just a few moments ago. So there's great excitement in that room, as you can see as well. A big moment for all of these supporters and a big moment in history for the American people. As we heard Donald Trump say, the golden age of America begins right now. He said, from this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again, he said, all over the world. I will very simply put America first. So we're looking at pictures there on the stage, and we can see some of the members there arriving. Senator Deb Fisher, of course, who, the lady in the green dress, as you look at her, who was making remarks. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, there as well, all on the stage, awaiting the arrival of Donald Trump, President of the United States, to greet these supporters here who have been viewing the ceremony on a big screen there as it happened not too far from where they are seated in the rotunda, the podium there with the presidential seal of office, awaiting those remarks from President Trump. What he's doing in the meantime, he's as we saw, he's waved off Joe Biden there, and he's now headed back in to the Capitol building. He was not due to hold the signing ceremony until after he spoke to the people gathered here. However, proceedings are running at this point about 20 or 30 minutes, slightly behind schedule. So he may be doing that signing before he comes here. We'll find out about that in just a moment. I want to bring in Margaret Talev. She's senior contributor for Axios, and she is also at Syracuse University. Margaret, you've watched plenty of these inaugural addresses, as we all have. What did you make of that? Actually, I'm just seeing now Speaker Mike Johnson is taking to the podium there, so we might have a listen into what he's saying.
Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. See, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, a great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics, too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But yeah, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents. Who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So you know that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. And they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Donald Trump there, just making some unscripted remarks to individuals who had been gathered in a separate area of Capitol Hill watching his inauguration, because moving the ceremony inside to the rotunda meant there weren't enough seats to accommodate everyone. So there are about 1,800 people watching in Emancipation Hall here in the Visitor Centre. We've just heard, it was supposed to be about 10 minutes. I think it was about 25 minutes there of remarks from President Donald Trump, joking that he was speaking to the younger and far more beautiful crowd downstairs than he had been upstairs. And he went through quite a different speech to what we heard upstairs. In fact, as I say, this was unscripted and off the cuff, stopping at one point to ask those gathered how his delivery was it any good. He said he mentioned the January 6th individuals who have been charged and convicted following the attack on Capitol Hill, of course, in January 2021. And he said he would be announcing something on that later, that it was action, not words, and that there would be a lot of action later. He singled out two members of the committee, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, individuals on the committee, of course, that we saw President Joe Biden issue preemptive pardons for this morning, and President Donald Trump referring to that and referring to the criminal actions of those involved in the committee. Of course, those on the committee are not accused, charged or convicted of any criminal actions. Those remarks made by the president just now. And he also stated once again that the 2020 election was totally rigged. Of course, that also is something that there is no evidence for. And he went on to talk about the various vote tallies that he had received over the years, referring to his landslide victory. He won by 2 million votes in 2024, Joe Biden beating him by 7 million votes in 2020. President Trump also singling out the Republican governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, in the crowd there, expressing his shock that Governor Abbott had watched the ceremony, in fact, from this overflow room and not from the main arena. But then he engaged in a long passage of remarks there about his intention to further build the wall along the Mexico-Texas border. And of course, we heard him outline a number of remarks and initiatives about that in his inaugural address a little later. A split-screen moment going on while we were listening to President Trump there. At the same time, you will have been watching pictures of President Biden departing from Maryland, and he stopped to make a few remarks at the same time that President Trump was speaking. Very brief, and he said, "We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fray." He encouraged the crowd to stay engaged and take care of each other. Then he walked up the stairs of the plane and waved to the crowd. And from this moment on, it's all about President Donald Trump. You can see him there being swarmed by well-wishers, stopping for conversations and photographs and selfies with those gathered in the hall, many of them elected representatives and also supporters and some constituents. I want to bring in now Margaret Talev, senior contributor for Axios and also the director of the Institute for Journalism and Democracy at Syracuse University. Margaret, we were about to speak to you just before Speaker of the House Mike Johnson began introducing there J.D. Vance and then Donald Trump. A return to form, really, in those unscripted remarks just now to that gathered crowd, and in contrast slightly to what we heard from him earlier.
I'm glad that we waited, because we did get to see the full picture of the messages that now President Trump wanted to send today. And you're so right. I mean, the official remarks, the ones that his team wanted him to give, he talks about American decline being over, a golden age just beginning. He envisions a colorblind society that's merit-based. Many of the things he said in that speech are controversial or not unanimous in terms of how Americans might perceive them. The idea that there's only going to be two genders according to the federal government now, and some of the other issues. But go from there to what we just watched afterwards, which, as President Trump said, was the speech he actually wanted to give all along. The relitigation of January the 6th, renewing calls to build the wall, renewing the conspiracy theory that the 2020 election was rigged when it wasn't. He said that Hillary Clinton was in the audience and didn't look too happy. I mean, it was just like on and on and on. And I think this gives us perhaps a preview of the challenge, or one of the narrative threads that we will be watching. He is promising, he and his advisors, to come out of the gate with something like 100 executive orders. He wants to take immediate steps to get things done. But he will be pulled by his own instinct to relitigate the past, to go after his grievances, and kind of to hold court. And it's hard to move fast and look backward at the same time. One other thing I'd note, I was really interested in this part, in this impromptu remarks. He disputed the idea that inflation was truly the issue that was driving Americans to the polls when he won the election in November. He said he doesn't really think inflation was the #1 issue. He thinks it's the border. That's not what polling tells us. What polling tells us is that the big unifying lead bipartisan issue for voters was their dissatisfaction over inflation and the price of goods and the diminished value of the money, and that border issues were much more of a top concern just for the Republican base. But if this is, I would take note of the fact that he's saying that. I think he's saying it for a reason. One is going to be it may be harder to decline inflation now that he's in office than it was to talk about declining inflation on the campaign trail. But the other is that we're going to see a lot of emphasis on immigration in these early days and weeks of the administration, on expanding executive power to make swift immigration moves without congressional votes. And I think his comments here sort of presaged this series of orders and moves that are about to start unfolding.
And given that we've learned a little bit more on both of those occasions that we've heard from President Trump today about just what he intends, of course, there's a third set of remarks coming a little bit later when he goes to the Capital One Arena, where 20,000 of his supporters have gathered for the presidential parade that will be now indoors, and they will hear from President Trump there as well. Stay with us there, Margaret. I'll be back to you in a moment, but I want to go over to Riyadh now to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, you were listening into the inaugural address earlier to see just what he might say in relation to the Middle East and that broader foreign policy. And of course, he discussed the deal, mentioning that some hostages had already been released and there was a standing ovation to that. What did you make of what he said?
It was very interesting, and you've been emphasizing this already, Katrina, in this special, is that this was very much an emphasis on America first, make America great again. The golden era starts here. And you'll remember that before, during the election campaign, he said, I want to stop all the wars, not start them, because I want to concentrate on issues at home. And so not a lot of time was spent in what was regarded as quite a long inauguration speech, but he repeated again that he wanted to stop wars, and then suddenly remembered that just the day before, on the 19th, that people had made good on his threat that they had to do a deal, that there had to be a Gaza ceasefire, hostages had to start coming home before he entered the White House again. And so it was. And he took aim at the Biden administration in saying this spending of unlimited amounts of our money to defend foreign borders abroad when we can't even defend our borders at home has got to stop. He emphasized how he said we want to be the strongest military in the world. We want to be respected and admired, but we want to end wars, and we don't want to start them. In other words, the message he seems to be saying is, as he will believe he did with his, just by the power of his words and the presence of his envoy, Steve Witkoff, at the table, he was able to bring about a deal and didn't have to use force. I think he's hoping that simply the threat of American military might, and of course he described himself as a peacemaker, a unifier. He didn't mention his ambition to get a Nobel Peace Prize, but he must think that it is by virtue of this that they can make progress in ending the wars, not just in the Middle East, of course. He would be referring to Ukraine and to any other parts of the world where there are conflicts, where the United States of America has some kind of presence and can have some kind of sway. So it's quite clear, at least what he wants to see, but we've been saying repeatedly, Catriona, it's going to be a lot more difficult once he actually rolls up his sleeves and gets on with the job. He's going to find out that being a peacemaker, as he wants to be, is a lot more difficult once you get down to the detail.
And Lise, it's interesting you mentioned there the idea of American military money being spent to secure borders elsewhere. I mean, we heard from President Trump in the rally yesterday. He was querying why the US was paying so much money towards Afghanistan and other countries for their stability. How do you think all of these remarks are being received in the capitals in the region where you are now?
Yes, he did. He mentioned yesterday he wants all the American military equipment back. The Taliban have been very proudly performing parades with all of their shiny military equipment that was left behind in the withdrawal that President Trump has lambasted President Biden so many times for. I mean, never mind that it was President Trump who started that speedy withdrawal. It's just that Biden finished it, and finished it more quickly than perhaps he should. Well, that's what many believe, and the evidence is there to corroborate that, because it was a disaster. It was a debacle for the United States, which has left a very lasting legacy, including that military equipment that President Trump says now he wants back. He's even said he wants to take back the military air base at Bagram so that America has another position in the region. In Afghanistan, which of course America wants to forget about, President Biden didn't want to talk about it at all after the pullout. There are many who are now hoping. The National Security Advisor Michael Waltz is a veteran of the Afghan war. They're hoping that America will engage there again, but I think it won't be the top of his priorities. And of course in Ukraine, they're watching very nervously because they know about his close relationship with President Trump, and they don't want to have to make territorial concessions. But like here, the Ukrainians, and I have to say in many parts of the world, are saying, well, actually, it wasn't working with President Biden. There was a minister here in the Gulf when I asked him a few weeks ago, are you ready for President Trump? He said, listen, at least someone will at least make decisions. And what they saw with the Gaza ceasefire deal, President Trump being willing to use America's force in a way, power of persuasion, threat of action in a way President Biden didn't. They're hoping that this will be used, of course, in a way that benefits them. And it's going to be hard for him to choose between, for example, Saudi Arabia, where I am now. They're saying, if you want us to normalize with Israel, you have to have a path to a Palestinian state. Prime Minister Netanyahu would like to normalize with Saudi Arabia, but he doesn't want a Palestinian state. He's very proud to boast that he's done everything possible to stop it.
Okay, Lise Doucette, thank you so much for bringing us that analysis and reaction on this day, the inauguration of President Donald Trump. Thank you so much. Well, just while we've been speaking to Lise there, we can see images of the congressional luncheon, where these people ready for the congressional luncheon before President Trump arrives there. We've been looking at images. We can just see on our screen there, of course, Pete Hegseth, who is the pick for Defense Secretary. We also see Ivanka Trump there in the front of the shot, to the back of her head. You can just see there wearing the beret, speaking to Patrick Clyburn. And a number of the other cabinet picks are there. Doug Burgum, just out of shot, of course, picked as Secretary of the Interior. And that was another issue that we heard Donald Trump focus quite a lot of his inaugural address on, rolling back, he said, a lot of these regulations, and his trademark chant, drill, baby, drill. I'm not sure those words have ever been heard in an inaugural address before. This might be the first time for that. But Lise was talking there about the impact of his presidency and his words so far today, and what that will mean for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we can go now to Russia to speak to our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg. Steve, there was a line in the inaugural address, which Lise mentioned there as well, about bringing an end to the defence of foreign borders, that there shouldn't be unlimited funding coming from the US government for that reason. How will this speech have been received, do you think, in Moscow?
Yeah, it's interesting. There was no mention of Russia or Ukraine or the war in Ukraine in that inaugural address. Yes, Trump did call himself a peacemaker, someone who wants to stop wars and prevent America from getting involved in wars, but no clues there about how he's going to help to end the war in Ukraine. And I think the things to watch for now will be when will we get that first phone call between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Some reports have suggested it could come within days, and possibly a meeting between the two presidents within a few months. It'll be interesting to see, now that Donald Trump is in office, what actions are taken. Will his new envoy to Ukraine, to the region, Keith Kellogg, start making trips, start talking to officials? Will we get the contours now of Donald Trump's peace plan, if there is a peace plan yet, for Ukraine? It'd be very interesting. But it's clear already that Donald Trump realises it's not going to be easy to end the war in Ukraine. I mean, a few months ago, he was talking about how basically he could wave a magic wand and end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours of coming to power. That's gone. And now Donald Trump's advisors are talking about several months. So the time frame has already slipped, and it's going to be quite difficult, I think, to do something. But the Russians, I have to say, are cautiously optimistic that things are going to change to their benefit now that Donald Trump is in the White House. Because now America has a president who is ready to engage with Vladimir Putin, ready to speak to Putin on the phone, ready to meet Putin. Joe Biden wasn't prepared to do that for the last 3 years. He thought that would send the wrong signal about the war in Ukraine. And also, the Kremlin knows that America now has a president who, on the campaign trail, never voiced public criticism of Vladimir Putin, despite Russia's war in Ukraine. And just a few days ago, Donald Trump actually came out and expressed sympathy with Russia's opposition to Ukraine ever becoming a member of NATO. That is the source of optimism, I think, for the Kremlin.
Okay, Steve Rosenberg there in Moscow, our Russia editor. Thank you for joining us with that analysis. And of course, we'll see how this all unfolds over the days, weeks, months and years ahead. I want to go back to our panellists now. Rodney Davis, former Republican congressman from Illinois, and Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic congresswoman from Florida. Rodney, to you first. You were watching that speech. You've managed to make your way out to the camera there. What's your reaction or response to what you heard from President Donald Trump?
Well, I think Donald Trump gave a speech that was a lot more disciplined than what I thought it would be. I figured he would ad-lib a little more like he did at the RNC, make that speech a little longer, but he stuck to the script. Now, he went off the script when he went and spoke to a bunch of supporters in an overflow room afterwards, but he stuck to the script. And when he mentioned drill, baby, drill, there's probably not one thing more that America can do to lower the inflationary pressures than to become energy independent, to continue to grow our energy sources and export them. So that was one instance among many others where I thought he was doing his best during that short speech to address the top issues that the voters who said they voted for him and for J.D. Vance and Republicans to have the House and the Senate, he spoke directly to those supporters, which is exactly what every president does during their inaugural speech.
There are a couple of surprises in there as well. Sorry, Rodney, just going to interrupt you there because we're looking at pictures there alongside you with Donald Trump doing a signing ceremony in Capitol Hill. Of course, some of this is what they have to do once someone has become president. There's official work, but let's have a listen in to see just what he's signing and see if he tells us what he's at there.
Okay. The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
So what we're watching there is President Donald Trump signing some of the official documents that have to be signed when you become president. It's making the official nominations for those who will be in his cabinet. So we've been talking for the last few weeks and months about the individuals that he has picked to serve alongside him. They then have been having hearings in the last week with senators grilling many of them, in fact, as to what qualifications they have and what they may bring to the position. And now that Donald Trump is officially president, he's making those nominations official. So the official part of that process can happen and votes can be held. And we were hearing from Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin a little earlier that he felt there would be at least one vote on one of those nominations held today. So we see Donald Trump. Let's have a listen in. Can we hear what he's saying?
We have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
Now on Inauguration Day, flags will fly at full mast. That's in relation to... Can we listen to what he said? What he's saying?
Put this out was maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics.
Yes.
All right. Now thank you. We go to lunch.
Great.
Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that.
That last memo that he just signed there, of course, Jimmy Carter, former president, passed away on the 29th of December, and accordingly President Joe Biden had ordered that flags be flown at half-mast for 60 days. That would take into account today, the inauguration day, but the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and indeed the governors of some Republican states ordered the flags to be flown at full mast. So President Donald Trump has just signed an order to make that the official business from here out. Let's try and see if we can hear what else he's saying there.
It's unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it. Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir.
Okay, so President Donald Trump there just holding his first signing ceremony on Capitol Hill, making some last remarks there, saying it's unfortunate that he did that. This is not the time to discuss it, a reference to one of the final acts of President Joe Biden before he left office, which was issuing some pardons for his siblings, preemptive pardons for his siblings, and also for some other individuals, Anthony Fauci, and also for General Milley, and also for the members of the January 6th investigation committee there in the House of Representatives. So we'll see if he refers to that a little bit later in the remarks that he will be making at the Capital One Arena. What we're looking at now, well, that is the luncheon. So President Trump will be making his way from the room he was just in for that signing ceremony down here for this luncheon with members of Congress. They're all seated there. We were watching a few moments ago as they were moving around the room and talking to each other, all seated at tables there, awaiting a luncheon that will be taking place shortly. President Trump also expected to make remarks when he gets to that luncheon, but we may not be able to listen in to those. And for those who are interested, I can bring you the menu of this luncheon. The first course is going to be a Chesapeake crab cake with tomato tartare, bay sauce, pickled vegetables, Romanesco dill and chive oil. The second course will be a Greater Omaha Angus ribeye steak with plenty of vegetables. And the third course, a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream, ice cream and salted caramel. And wines are coming from California and Virginia to go along with that menu at the luncheon there that the members of Congress will be enjoying. Just before we brought you those images of the signing ceremony, we were speaking to Rodney Davis and also to Stephanie Murphy. We heard Rodney's reaction to Donald Trump's remarks earlier. Stephanie, just interested in what your view of what Donald Trump was saying earlier today. We've heard from him twice now.
Yeah, I think in his official speech, he started with the promise of a golden age and then filled the middle in with the usual comments about grievances, a little bit of disinformation, and then a little more about his false assertions and some dystopian themes regarding America. And then he finished out with, yet again, a promise of a golden age to come. And I think that's really the critical piece, right? Is can he reconcile some of the promises that he's made with a golden age? Can he both take Panama by force and be the peacemaker that he has promised? Can he implement severe immigration deportations and impact inflation by not driving up the cost of services in this country? So there are a lot of these contradictions that he laid out within his speech that remain to be seen whether or not he can deliver on it when he is governing. And I think the other thing I'll note is that he gets to start at what is the hardest for him from a public speaking perspective, which is to stay scripted. And the day will devolve into where he is far more comfortable. I think you got a sample of what you'll see later this evening when he spoke to the supporters. And, you know, in the rotunda, he had to kind of stay on script. When he went to speak to the supporters, he got to riff a bit more. And I imagine that by the time he gets to the arena tonight, he will be in full rally mode.
Okay, and then of course after the Capital One Arena, he also makes 3 further addresses to some of those glitzy inaugural balls going late on into the night. So a very busy day for President Donald Trump ahead. We're just looking at those images of the members of Congress, family members of Trump, some of his cabinet picks all gathered there here in Capitol Hill waiting that congressional luncheon in President Trump's honor. I want to bring in the former governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore, who was also U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe under the first Trump administration. Thanks very much for being with us here on BBC News. We were speaking earlier with our correspondents in Ukraine and in the Middle East about just what this Trump administration may mean for those areas. He didn't go into a whole lot of detail in his remarks earlier, but what can we expect, do you think?
Well, look, I thought that the speech was honest. I thought it was faithful to the things that he'd been saying. Americans sometimes think that politicians say one thing and then forget it when they get elected. That's not what President Trump did. He spoke exactly to what his priorities were going to be. He put emphasis on the previous administration and the previous party's culture wars that they had been doing and indicating that that was going to stop. I mean, it is true that you can't discriminate in favor of someone without discriminating against someone. And I think that he said that he was going to go back to a merit-based society. He was clear about inflation, about the border, and especially about energy policy. So he's doing what he said that he intends to do. The American people voted for a change, no question about that. They could have just kept the course going the same way, but they voted for change. And I think his speech indicated he wanted to be faithful to that.
Was there a particular highlight for you?
Well, look, I think that the Panama statement was remarkable. Let's see how that goes. I, of course, have always been an advocate myself for the Ukrainian war. I think that Putin and his aggression must be stopped. I didn't hear anything in the speech that was against that, so let's wait and see how that foreign policy goes. But in the meanwhile, what for me, the highlight was he laid out carefully the elements of what he thinks he needs to do in order to bring America up to a vision of greatness. And that particularly is energy policy. By the way, if the United States were to actually engage in an aggressive energy policy, that would hurt Putin badly, because Putin is not financing his aggression and his fascist war in any way except the oil sales. So that's going to be a consequence of President Trump's initiative on energy. But I thought that his statement on the culture wars was terrifically important. I thought the American people rejected the culture wars, and I thought that President Trump made it clear that we were going to stop being prejudicial and stop being favoritism of one group or another.
And Governor Gilmore, what did you make of his announcement that he intends to put American astronauts on Mars?
Well, listen, that's it's an uplifting sort of idea. I think that it's a program that's been underway, and he's clearly stated that he wants to continue space exploration, and that's something where America's always led the way. So it's exciting that he would say things like that. But I believe that at the end of the day, his real difference is going to be the changes that he's going to make in domestic policy. You could tell that it was not a gentle speech towards President Biden and his more liberal compatriots. I'm sure that the Clintons were uncomfortable. I didn't see President Obama, but I'm sure he was uncomfortable because President Trump was being clear that he was going to chart a new course and go in a different direction. Once again, I think that the American people had a choice, and that's what they chose. So I think he's being honest and faithful about his direction.
And indeed, there were moments when it felt like a State of the Union address almost this morning, didn't it, where the Republicans who were in support of what he said were jumping to their feet and clapping, and the Democrats, and indeed many of those past presidents you mentioned, were seated and quite stony-faced throughout. How will President Trump move now to unite this country, which is still so polarized?
I think you're going to have to talk to the American people. The Democratic Party is pretty set in their ways in terms of their culture wars and their climate change issues as predominant things. I think that we all have to ask the question, why should the United States be wrecking their economy because of culture change or climate change when countries like China and others around the world continue to dirty the air? Why should it not be a equal type of situation? Why should it be why should it be a double standard to the detriment of Americans? I think that's what this president is really talking about. So I'm pretty happy about the talk. And yes, it did sound a little like a State of the Union address. But no, I think that it was an inaugural address. I think he was setting out exactly what his hopes and aspirations are, what he intends to do in his 4 years. That was very clear.
Okay. Former Governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore, thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. While we've been speaking to Jim Gilmore there, we've been looking at images of that luncheon, which is just about to get underway in Capitol Hill here. And a lot happening, a lot still to come. So many set pieces to this day and so many new moments as well by virtue of moving it inside. So let's reflect now on one of the key moments of the inauguration day, of course, the inaugural address. We've been discussing it here, and in it, President Donald Trump issued a promise to the American people and to the world. He said the golden age of America begins right now. Here are some of the highlights of his speech.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate. saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
So just a few highlights there from President Donald Trump's inaugural address a little later. We're looking now at live pictures. You can see him seated there next to First Lady Melania Trump, and also beside her, Senator Fisher, and on the other side, Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance. They are there at the congressional luncheon that will get underway. Senator Amy Klobuchar, the Democratic senator who's the head of the Presidential Inauguration Committee, just making a few remarks there before this luncheon. You'll see lots of flowers in the room there. We were talking earlier about the menu for today, all of those flowers done by a florist in Virginia. So today very much a celebration of all things American, as well as a celebration of President Trump himself. Margaret Talev is still with us, senior contributor for Axios and director of Syracuse University's Institute for Democracy, Journalism and Citizenship. Margaret, we were talking earlier about some of these remarks from Donald Trump, and there have been a lot of markers, I guess, of what we can expect from him that he's going to do for the rest of the day. We know he's going to sign some documents at that event at the Capital One Arena, and then others when he reaches the Oval Office at the White House. And it would seem from what he said that immigration policies are going to be top of the agenda.
Yes, that's right. And, there's been a buildup for this for several weeks. At first, we were hearing dozens. Then it was like perhaps 100. Today, reporting as many as 200. So we'll see precisely how many. But clearly, there's sort of a shock and awe plan to come out of day one, laying down very clear markers about his desire to move quickly and decisively to engage sort of emergency actions, to declare a border emergency, kind of revert to those COVID-era policies that allowed him to, that allowed the U.S. government to set aside their normal procedures and treat someone trying to cross into the United States differently because of what was at the time a health emergency. Now that COVID emergency is, it's no longer active the same way it was during the spike in COVID cases. But a lot of what President Trump is going to do by way of order is entirely likely to be litigated. There will be legal challenges to it, and then it will be up to the Supreme Court. So you saw today the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, attend to President Trump swearing in. You saw Brett Kavanaugh, who is another Trump nominee to the High Court, attend to Vice President J.D. Vance's swearing in. If you are one of the 9 members of the court, including those 2 who swore in, the president and the vice president, you know a lot of this stuff is coming your way between now and the typical end of the court session in June. Just a barrage of challenges to the moves that will be initiated. But I think you're right to say those immigration and border emergency type of actions are likely to be the first wave of what we see. I heard many other clues in that official inaugural remarks before the thing to the supporters. And it's interesting because we spent so much of sort of the Biden years thinking of Trump's foreign policy approach as more isolationist. And we really saw in the final weeks of the campaign, and certainly these weeks, couple of months since the election, that he does not want to be viewed as isolationist at all. In fact, expansionist is more the word that I would use to describe many of the initiatives he teased today, everything from planting the stars and stripes on Mars to idolizing former President McKinley, saying that he wants to rename Mount McKinley after the Obama administration made it Denali, and highlighting this issue with the Panama Canal, which was, of course, U.S.-built canal, turned an agreement to turn it over to Panama under the late President Jimmy Carter's administration, and President Trump saying, I want it back. I want it back now. McKinley himself was certainly an expansionist president, but also presided over major tariffs. And McKinley drew some criticism, actually, for more than expansionism, for imperialism toward his approach to the Philippines. So interesting to see President Trump elevate McKinley today. I think there's some symbolism there.
Okay, we've just pulled away from the congressional luncheon there because the rest of it is private at this point. They'll have their luncheon there, and shortly after that, President Donald Trump will make his way to the Capital One Arena to greet those supporters who have been watching proceedings on a big screen there. I want to bring in James Rosebush, former Deputy Assistant to President Ronald Reagan and former Chief of Staff to First Lady Nancy Reagan. James, we were speaking early this morning how it was Ronald Reagan who had kind of transformed the inauguration and brought that kind of Hollywood glamour to it and made it into the show and the ceremony that we're used to seeing now. I'm interested to get your view of what you've seen so far of this year's inauguration.
So that was the entertainment part of the inauguration we were talking about earlier. So in terms of the substantive part, you remember I worked for a president who was called the Great Communicator. So Reagan, in his speech, in the first inaugural, he was ranked as having the highest quality speech. Now, if you go back, and I've had a reason to do this over the past couple of weeks, I read through every inaugural address. And I can tell you that by far, at least probably 80% of these addresses are not important, they're not memorable, and they're also rather boring, I would say. So you have the ones that stick out, which are exceptional, and that would include, of course, our first president, General Washington, who mostly was saying that he wasn't really planning on accepting this responsibility, and he felt a great deal of humility about it and had a lot of grace about it. And then when you consider the fact that both of Lincoln's addresses were considered at a very high quality, and especially the second, where Lincoln was asking for the return of fellowship and support for one another after and during the terrible war. And he did it with such grace because you remember that Lincoln grew up with only 2 books. He was very poor. He had 2 books. 1, the collected works of Shakespeare, and 2, the Bible. And that had a big impact on the way Lincoln communicated, both verbally and in words. So those were highly memorable. You have also the first address of Roosevelt, which was very precise in describing the condition of the U.S. economy at that time in particular, and the growing animosity among the West. And those were important things for him to refer to. And then, of course, you have some speeches that have memorable phrases that people can use in their own speeches or even in instruction in schools. So you have Kennedy's, don't ask what your government could do for you, but what you could do for your country. Of course, that's highly memorable. So we look for things like this in great speeches and speeches that are useful. And I would say, by and large, inaugural speeches have not been memorable, and they've not been particularly useful. And they have been, I would say, more in the generalist category, perhaps almost shy of wanting to be as assertive in terms of policy that perhaps they could have been. Now, you have a completely different kind of inaugural address with President Trump. So you see that he's reflected, and every president is reflected in their, not only the address that is written for them and they may be editing, but of course the way they present it as well. So it's not only the written message, but it's the verbal message. And also remember that 60% of all the power of communication is nonverbal. So there's a lot of people are looking for actually the spirit in which any kind of talk or any speech is given. So let's go to this one that we've heard today. So this reflects a man of action. This is a person who wants you to know exactly what he intends to do. And this is different than what we've heard before. And perhaps it reflects more of almost an anxiety that he feels Americans feel about the very different kinds of situations that America has been in over the past several years. And he wants to be the chief fixer. And perhaps he will be the chief fixer. But this is what he wants to communicate. He's not a prosaic person. He's not a person who's going to be metaphysical in terms of his description of America and America's role in the world in more of a spiritual sense, but a very much pragmatic one. And this will be accepted and lauded by a lot of people who want to see action taken. And they want to see specific action taken. And so what he's really given America is a policy speech and a promise. This is what I'm going to do, so watch me. This is very different than what we've had in the past, where we've had people who have been perhaps charged with bringing people together, or especially in the case of America. I was at a dinner recently where the honoree was the grandson of Winston Churchill. And we had a lovely conversation, and he had brought his nephew, who was in his early 20s, and he stood up during the very cooperative and pleasant conversation we were having, and he said, well, what's so great about America anyway? I don't understand it. And so I made a few comments, and I said, well, this is what's unique about America, and that America was created, and this is the vision that Reagan adopted and communicated, that America was put here to bring freedom to the entire world. And so we went on just very briefly about that, and he said, oh, now I get it. So I would say that most inaugural speeches aim to restore Americans' faith and conviction about their own country. And I think that if you...
Okay, and that, I think that is, sorry for interrupting you, James, there, but I think that is what we were hearing from President Trump. Kathy Kay is with us here. And Kathy, we heard almost we did hear two different speeches from Donald Trump today.
And the day is young.
And I know we still have, I think, 5 more speeches from him to come. But we heard that very sort of presidential, traditional inaugural address, but with a lot of policy points in it as well earlier. And then the unscripted remarks was more classic Trump, but we still learned quite a lot about what he has in mind for this country.
Yeah, I mean, the unscripted part was more about his grievances. We would have won California, we would have won the 2020 election, the people that have been pardoned by Joe Biden. So some of the kind of more conventional Trump in that way. I mean, even the inaugural address was not that conventional in the sense that you don't often get a president standing there at inauguration saying they're going to take the Panama Canal. I haven't heard that before, for example,
the Gulf of Mexico.
Or rename the Gulf of Mexico. So with Trump, I think it's always worth, and one thing I learned from having covered him the first time, is to really make a distinction between what he says and what he does. So there will be a lot of attention out of this inaugural address on the Panama Canal, I just mentioned it, on the Gulf of Mexico. But what's going to happen actually in terms of economic policy? What is he going to do about those tariffs? What's going to happen for the American people in terms of bringing down prices, which was a big reason why he was elected? We've heard a lot about the cultural issues, and we saw that during the address. He addressed that, and that got a big round of applause. But so far, we don't know what the economic plan is yet. What's he actually going to do to bring those prices down, which is why a lot of Americans voted for him. And we may have to wait. You know, I think with Trump, you have to have a certain amount of patience. Today is kind of, as they said, shock and awe. But let's see what actually comes out of this.
And on that revenue raising, he outlined again in his inaugural address, which is kind of unusual to do this, what he called an external revenue service, where he's going to make other countries pay into this fund on taxes, on tariffs, that he said he's sick of the American people, their tax money going elsewhere.
Yes, although what we haven't had yet, and there are several more hours left, and we've got to get to the Capitol Arena where he's going to make a speech, and we're not expecting to have, is an announcement of 25% tariffs, for example, on Mexico and Canada on day one, or 10% across the board tariffs on all imports into the United States. And I think what's happening, my understanding from talking to people around Trump, is that there is a debate going on within the economic team about how quickly to roll out those tariffs and what the scale of them is going to be in the end. Clearly, President Trump likes them, but there is also the risk that the speech, as Stephanie Murphy was saying, there are contradictions in this speech. He was elected to bring down prices. Jack up tariffs on food. America's a food importer. You jack up tariffs on proteins coming into the United States, you could drive up prices. So that's the kind of debate that's happening. I think always watch what happens and not just what is said.
And he said that himself, actually, in those remarks, the second remark, saying actions speak more than words, and in reference to those who've been charged and arrested with January 6th offences.
Yes, I mean we haven't had the final word on that again today. Maybe
no,
that's going to be.
He said it's coming later.
It's coming
watch
later.
out.
So let's watch what happens. How many of them get released? I mean, I think there was clear. I thought it was interesting that in those unscripted remarks, there was a certain amount of anger towards Joe Biden for the pardons towards his family and towards General Milley, and we heard that specifically towards Dr. Fauci. And whether that changes his calculation when it comes to January 6th, it's possible that he does. You know, you did this, and therefore I can do. And it is extraordinary for a president, minutes before they lose the office of the presidency, to pardon preemptively all of their members of their family, when Joe Biden himself said he didn't like the look of Donald Trump doing that back in 2020. So when Donald Trump left office, so there's a contradiction there in Joe. We're living in an era where power is being consolidated in the executive office and in the office of the presidency, and I think you see the through line there from Donald Trump to Joe Biden did it, and now Donald Trump is going to do it again.
We'll be speaking about this in the weeks and months ahead. So just to ask you briefly on those pardons that Joe Biden issued, given, as you say, what he has said about them in the past. Is that damaging for the Democrats in terms of the rebuilding that they're trying to do? We've seen Joe Biden fly off now, and there's no obvious leader for the party.
Well, it's interesting that a Democrat actually texted me when those pardons happened and said they didn't like the look of this. That is not something they liked. I think they understand the Milley and the Fauci and the January the 6th committee pardons more than they do the pardons of Joe Biden's family. I mean, the crime narrative around Joe Biden's family, which, there aren't charges against these members of Joe Biden's families. There were investigations against one of them from the House Republicans, but there haven't been charges. That's a narrative that Democrats would like to now move on from, as they would like to move on from many things surrounding this presidency.
They will be, because that presidency is over now. It's President Donald Trump now. I want to go to Chicago to our news correspondent, Carl Nasman, because, of course, we've heard much about these immigration measures from the president himself in his inaugural address, and for what may lie ahead through today and the coming days. Speaking of the potential raids in some of these so-called sanctuary cities. So, Carl, what can you tell us about what's going on in Chicago at the moment?
Yeah, well, I'm obviously there in Washington, D.C. It's all about the inauguration of Donald Trump, the ceremony's there. But here in Chicago, just an hour or so ago, a massive protest really making its way through the downtown streets, ending up here at Trump Tower itself, which is right along the Chicago River. There were hundreds of people, I have to say, braving the cold. It might even be colder here in Chicago than it is there in Washington, D.C. These demonstrators out actually to protest Donald Trump's day one agenda, saying that they want to protect minority rights. They're concerned about the erosion of LGBTQ rights here as well. But top of the agenda, as you mentioned, obviously, is immigration and the policy of Donald Trump, which we've already started to see being rolled out now with those executive actions and executive orders having to do with the border, having to do with immigration, and specifically here in Chicago, the threats, which now has been walked back a bit. We're not sure this will happen this week or not, but of maybe some deportation rates taking place here among the undocumented community. I have a guest here. I just want to ask you a quick question. We have Cristobal Cavazos of Immigrant Solidarity DuPage. You've been speaking with people in the community here, those who are also undocumented. What have they been telling you about Donald Trump's immigration agenda and potential action in terms of deportations?
Well, they feel a big insult. There's people around here, people in the march today that have been here for 30 years, for 40 years, for 25 years, and not just twiddling their thumbs. People in Chicago, we have a lot of food manufacturing, beverage manufacturing, people who have been doing essential work during COVID, essential work in the sweeping the floors, cleaning, chopping the vegetables, in California, picking the fruits and vegetables, the majority of workers, undocumented workers. So we know our value here, and that's why we're out here fighting, because if we don't fight, there's not going to be any respect. Donald Trump has put a lot of insults to our community, but what we're showing today with our solidarity is we have a great self-respect here, and we're not going to let anybody do us to be a bully to us.
Well, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time. And it's really interesting to see, of course, Katrina, given all the fear and unease, specifically here in Chicago, because of all that talk about some potential immigration enforcement, hundreds of people out on the streets, and many of them, we were speaking with them, are undocumented themselves. So folks saying, it's important that they come out today on Inauguration Day to make their voices heard and to support immigrants, whether they're documented or undocumented.
Okay, Carl Nassman there in Chicago. Thank you for that. I just want to get a final quick thought at this point from our panelists. To you first, Stephanie. On that notion of immigration, and we don't know exactly what's going to come in terms of movements for the rest of the day, is that something that you think there is a sense of fear around?
I think it depends on who you ask. There are certainly a significant number of the American people who want to see reasonable immigration policies implemented. And particularly, there's broad support for targeting folks who are not only here illegally, but are committing crimes. I think the support begins to erode based on most recent polling by CNN. It begins to erode a bit when it comes to taking away birthright citizenship or some of the other things that the Trump administration has proposed. What I will note, though, is just in the final remarks here is that, the speech took place in the rotunda, and one of my favorite carvings in the rotunda is of Cleo. She is riding on the chariot of time. Essentially, she's in the car of history, and she's standing in this chariot, and it's a reminder that history is being recorded as time progresses. And I think that that is true in this case with this presidency. Today's day one, but history will be watching and recording what this administration actually succeeds beyond what the rhetoric that they issued today.
And Rodney, just a quick thought from yourself as well. What's your high point of this part of the day so far?
It has been a privilege to be able to serve in Congress, just like Steph, and she's right. There's so much history in a place like the Capitol Rotunda, Statuary Hall, where the lunch is happening today. I've never actually had it smell so good. It was so floral when I was walking through there today. But one thing that matters in life and in that historical record are results. And Donald Trump had results in reducing illegal immigration. And when you want to look at the results, Donald Trump talks about what he wants to do to reduce what America has witnessed over the last 4 years at our southern border. And he's already seen some of those results. If you are a convicted criminal who has entered this country illegally, yes, you should be scared that you're going to be sought after and sent back to the country of your origin. That is something that Donald Trump promised to do, and frankly, a good number of Americans across all demographics, across all races, everywhere in this country said he wanted them to do. These are the issues that he promised to address. And when you go through this initial steps of his presidency, when you start to look at executive orders, we can begin to go through each and every one of those line by line. But in the end, you have to take it through a prism of what do his supporters who sent him back to the White House want the most, and he is going to try to address it. It was in his speech today. It was in his speech to his supporters afterwards, just a different way of saying it in a different tone, and it will be in the many speeches for the rest of tonight.
And indeed, we are expecting him to sign some of the documents relating to some of those actions when he gets to the Capital One arena a little later, and another set of signings that will happen in the Oval Office a little bit after that. Thanks to you both for being with us. Rodney Davis, former Republican congressman from Illinois, and Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic congresswoman from Florida. Well, we have plenty more to come for you still during the program here. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are currently having lunch in the Capitol here behind us, and after that they will move along with many of the other set pieces of today, and then he'll get down to that all-important work that he has flagged. So do stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello there. There have certainly been winners and losers with the weather story this Monday. In Fife earlier this afternoon, we had some beautiful sunshine, very nice. In Scotland, once again, seeing some of the highest temperatures. But it was a different story further south. There's been, again, a lot of low grey cloud, drizzle at times, misty conditions as well. And this weather front that's responsible for that is not moving very far. So there's more of the same to come for tomorrow. With light winds, we could have an issue with some fog as well. Just look where the drizzle's been sitting today across North Wales, Northern England, a little bit moving out of Devon as well. 1 or 2 isolated showers into the far northwest of Scotland, but certainly the best of the sunshine has been through Scotland. Now, we keep some clear skies overnight, and in the southeast, fog could form, some of it dense in places. Our frontal system bringing the showery, drizzly rain sits there across northern England and parts of North Wales. Low single figures to greet us first thing tomorrow morning, so a chilly start. And yes, this fog could be slow to lift, but it will do so, brightening up into the afternoon. Our frontal system continues to sit across the far northwest and once again in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Western Scotland seeing a few scattered showers, but it will be dry with some sunshine. Highs around 8 degrees here, but underneath the cloud, if that cloud lingers and it stays misty all day, it will be a little on the chilly side. Into Wednesday, our weather front gradually starts to ease away. So a cloudy start across the Midlands and East Anglia, brightening up to the north and west behind. And again, those temperatures between 4 and 7 Celsius. Now, I do want to get on to further ahead because a little bit later this week is the start of a stormy period of weather. So that quiet, benign weather being replaced by something wetter and the potential for some disruptive winds. And it's all due to a strengthening jet stream. We're going to see quite a powerful jet pushing its way across the Atlantic and driving potential areas of low pressure towards the UK. So the isobars really squeezing together. The wind's quite a feature. We'll need to keep an eye on the position of this area of low pressure, still subject to change a little. But as we go to the end of the week and into the weekend, it turns increasingly wet and windy.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
Well, you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app. Witness the magic when experience meets raw talent.
There has to be a moment where I can say, wow, this is beautiful.
I love that. Renowned icons with emerging artists on a unique learning journey.
If you do it with conviction.
Yes. So take that further.
From mentor to protege.
Everything what I tell her is doing right away. We're going to have some fun.
Watch a legacy unfold.
They really are here to help us.
Bravo!
Arts in Motion. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
President-elect Donald J. Trump.
God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country.
Hello and welcome to this special BBC coverage of Donald Trump's second inauguration. I'm Katrina Perry here at Capitol Hill. Well, Donald Trump has been sworn in as America's 47th president, beginning a second term in the White House in which he is promising to reshape America. He's only the second US president ever to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. In his inaugural address, he promised the golden age of America begins right now, he said.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected. Ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free.
Well, President Trump is promising a flurry of executive actions on day one on immigration, energy production, crime, and a host of other issues. He also heaped criticism on the administration of his predecessor, Joe Biden, which he said had spent unlimited funds on the defense of foreign borders while refusing to defend its own. President Trump was greeted with loud cheers throughout his address, particularly when he said he would declare a national emergency at the southern border.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Well, I'm joined now by Republican Congressman from Tennessee, David Kustoff, who's also the clerk of the House. Congressman, thanks indeed for being with us here on BBC News. How has this inauguration day been going for you so far? What have you made of what you've heard from President Trump?
Well, a number of things. One, we wish we could have done it outside like we traditionally have done it, and we've had thousands of people who are here in Washington to be able to watch the inauguration, including a number of people from Tennessee and from my district. But they understood, and the main thing is, even though they were here and they wanted to be part of the swearing in and part of the inauguration, they understand that today is a historic day, and they were here to support President Trump in his agenda. And so as I was their representative there in the rotunda listening to the speech, I thought President Trump hit on every single issue that he talked about during this campaign for his election, talked about what he's going to do to make this country better, specifically as it relates to the issues of energy and security specifically at our southern border, and the economy and inflation. And that's what the people elected him to do in my district and in Tennessee and across the nation.
And during that inaugural address, Congressman, at times it felt like a State of the Union address in that the Republican members were standing up and cheering and the Democratic members were not. And President Trump, as you said there, outlined a number of quite detailed policies and plans that he has for the presidency, when often we hear more grand ideas and bigger visions without that level of detail. What is he going to do to try and bring those two sides of America together and unify this country?
Well, I was actually impressed and certainly glad that President Trump not only won the electoral vote, but also won the popular vote. And he comes in at a higher rating than he had maybe during the course of his presidency. And to me, that tells me that the American people are behind him, behind his initiatives, behind his policies. But I think that President Trump will reach out and try to see where we can find common ground. I mean, every single American, whether you're Republican, Democrat, red, blue, what have you, you want a strong economy. And during his 4 years in the White House, people had more money in their pockets. They talked about that a lot, and that was a central issue during his campaign, and why I think so many non-traditional Republicans voted for him in this election. We're all concerned about energy and the availability of energy and the cost of energy, and let's work together to make it where, again, the United States is a net exporter, and we produce more energy here in the United States than we export. And lastly, on the border, which during his first term was seen as being a partisan issue, Republicans supporting strength at the southern border and Democrats not. We've seen Democrats, certainly in legislation that we've just voted on in the last week or so in the Lake and Riley Act, support the idea of export, certainly turning people away who have committed violent crimes on Americans. So we can find common ground. Those are probably the three most predominant issues facing the United States at this time, and it's something that Republicans and Democrats should seek to find common solutions.
And indeed, President Trump will need the assistance of both houses of Congress to achieve some of what he's described. He will need legislation, not just executive actions. And on that issue of immigration, I mean, successive Congresses have failed to pass legislation on that, although there is, people say, unanimous support for reform of the whole immigration system to allow more legal pathways for people to come to the US as well. From what you're saying there, do you think there is a realistic chance of both parties working across the aisle to bring in legislation like that?
Well, President Trump has talked a lot about our broken immigration system. And in fact, he's talked about how his wife came into the United States. And as a congressman, we work with people all the time to try to help get either visas or status and help them work through the system. There's a right way to come into this country. There's a wrong way to come into this country. And in the end, we're a nation of immigrants. That's how we were built. That's how we continue to grow and thrive. But let's have people come through the right way. And to your question, obviously, there are a lot of hurdles, and I think that President Trump will look at trying to streamline the process while also working to make sure that our borders are secure and finishing the wall and giving our border control agents who patrol not only the southern border, but the northern border and all the borders of the nation, the tools and the resources that they need in order to do their jobs.
One of the big challenges facing the new Congress now, the new president, is going to be passing a budget. The government is funded until just the middle of March. Are you going to get that deal done, or is there going to be a requirement to push it further again?
But we need to get this fiscal year 25 completed by the March date, by the time the continuing resolution runs out, because we've got to then start working on fiscal year 26. So we've got a lot on our plate. I think Republicans are going to be unified behind Donald Trump and his initiatives. And the worst thing in the world would be to have a government funding fight in March. So let's work on making sure that the government is funded. Let's work on the president's agenda. Let's work on extending or making permanent the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017, where most of those provisions expire at the end of the year if we don't do anything to make sure that, again, they're given permanency or we extend them out for a certain period of years.
Okay, you've got a lot on your plate, absolutely. So thank you for freeing up some of your time today to join us here. Congressman David Kustoff, Republican Congressman from Tennessee. Thanks for being with us on BBC News.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too, you too. Well, let's get a view from across the aisle now. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman from Pennsylvania, Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. Thank you for being with us once again here on BBC News. Just heard from your Republican counterpart there about how you're all going to work together in this new Congress to pass bills for the American people. Is it going to be as he describes?
Oh, well, one of the reasons that I went today to the inauguration of President Trump was to send that signal that I'm here. I'm an elected member of Congress. I am from across the aisle, but I am actually here for all of my constituents. So I hope that can be the case. But sadly, I don't think that Mr. Trump set us up for that kind of optimism. I wish we could. I have just recently been named to the Appropriations Committee, so I know you were just talking about budgeting. And absolutely right, we have to make sure for the American people that we put forward a budget instead of continuing resolution after continuing resolution, only to have it blown up by a political fight. So I'm hopeful. That's why I attended today. I thought it was historic, this inauguration of President Trump. I wanted to signal that I am here to work, and I'm hopeful. But there's an awful lot of uncertainty. And sadly, there was an awfully long list of grievance, complaint, and darkness.
And let's look at President Trump's inaugural address, Congresswoman. He set out some quite specific policy areas that he wants to address during his term in office. What was your reaction to what you heard?
Well, I will tell you that I'm a crazy note taker. So as I sat in the rotunda, I took notes. I wanted to see the structure of this inaugural address so that it would show me his vision for the future. And sadly, I found that he opened with a number of untrue statements about the state of America. He painted a picture of America as almost a hellscape. It is not. And the past administration and multiple administrations have tried their very hardest to deal with extraordinary challenges. So with the Biden administration sitting there, Mr. Trump offered no grace, didn't offer any kind of coherent connection from one administration, historic administration, to his own. And so I didn't believe the premise of the beginning of that which Mr. Trump talked about, and he returned to that same grievance and dark picture of America. In between, I think some of the things that he talked about is immigration. Certainly, we all want to deal with immigration. I'm worried about who will get hurt in the meantime, innocent folks who will get hurt in the meantime. He talked about autos. He talked about tariffs. Again, not saying the truth about tariffs. The tariffs are not attacks on China or other foreign countries. Tariffs are attacks on Americans, which will be inflationary. And Mr. Trump knows that, even as he claims tariffs are the right way to go. He talked about free speech. We are a country that enjoys and protects free speech. That's not something he will deliver to us. He talked about justice under the law. Man, oh man, what I want is equal justice under the law. No man should be separate from that. No man should be above the law. And yet look what his Supreme Court did. And so it was a speech of contradiction. And to me, that was sad, an opportunity lost. He was reelected. It's very, very clear. We had a peaceful transfer of power, something we were denied 4 years ago in that very place. So it was a speech of contradictions. I'll be here to work across the aisle, whether we're budgeting or we're trying to fix our immigration system, or we're trying to make sure we educate our children to the very best extent, or we try to make sure we bring equal justice under the law to all Americans.
And Congresswoman, I want to ask you, because you are obviously from the great state of Pennsylvania, when President Trump was talking about the need to declare a national energy emergency, drill, baby, drill, he said, his famous phrase, his catchphrase, of course, that he repeats often. Is that something that will actually strike a chord with many people in your own state, that they do want to see some environmental regulations rolled back, and perhaps they're the people who voted for President Trump?
Oh, I'm certain. Pennsylvania is rich in natural resources and natural gas and other resources. And Mr. Trump was the winner of Pennsylvania. And so I'm sure that will appeal to some people. But I would ask that anybody who's thinking about that, we can do both things at the same time. We can access our natural resources while protecting our environment. After all, this is America. We can do both. And so I would be very sad to see a rollback of environmental protections. I do want people to be able to move forward. I think of the folks out in California. We need to pull down some regulations that are simply redundant and tangling of people trying to move forward. But we can do both. It is not one versus the other. Drill and destroy our environment versus protect our environment and not drill. we can do both. We're America.
Okay. Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, Democratic Congresswoman from Pennsylvania. Thanks as always for being with us here on BBC News. I want to go back to our
thank
panelists
God
now.
the hostages are beginning to come home.
And indeed, President Trump mentioned that in his speech as well. Congresswoman, thank you for being with us. I want to go back to our panel, as I was saying, and bring in Margaret Talev there. Margaret, listening to the two Congress people from different sides of the aisle, but both saying that they do want to make an effort to work together on some of those key things of concern to the American people. And of course, just the slimmest majority in the House for the Republican Party. We heard President Trump even joking about how slim it was and how he'd made it even slimmer by nominating some Congress people to his cabinet.
That's true. He certainly did do that, and it's going to be a little bit of time until the special elections to fill those roles. I think there are a couple of interesting dynamics to watch, and one is either party really incentivized to make deals, and the other is President Trump, the newly inaugurated Trump 2.0, going to try to leave a lot to Congress, or is he going to seek to either expand his use of executive power or just go for it and see if anyone will stop him? And so I think although he has been speaking to Republicans in Congress saying it's really important that they work together in a unified front, there are also some early signs that he is seeking to take more and more decision-making out of the hands of Congress entirely. And when you do things like declare an emergency at the border, part of what you're setting up is the ability to do things like utilize the military or redirect spending without having to run it through Congress. So with those bare majorities, there are some areas where I think he is going to need both to unify his own party and to try to get some bipartisan buy-in. And those are things like his plan to cut his tax cut plans, which we didn't actually hear that much about yet in these initial remarks, or issues around raising the debt ceiling. There are some things that a president can't just unilaterally decide to do themselves, but in other areas, I do think we will see him test the legal limits and the political will to stop him from just making some moves while keeping Congress at arm's length and trying to diminish the Congress's role.
And as we were just discussing, looming front and centre of all of that is the need to fund the federal government, to agree a permanent budget here, not just another continuing resolution, as has been the case in recent months and years. And when you speak to Republican and Democrats here, they do all want to get a more permanent situation, but they don't have a lot of road. They've got to get that done really in the next few weeks, Margaret, don't they? How do you think we'll see President Trump get involved, or will we in that?
So we've seen this, and it's played out a little bit in public, not just behind the scenes, this sort of dual-track machinations about whether it makes sense to pull a bunch of difficult things together to use as levers against one another, or to move in two separate tranches. I think President Trump has a few different equities to reconcile, and one is how the House operates versus how the Senate operates. Not to go super inside baseball for a BBC audience, but you know, the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, both controlled by Republicans, but really different Republicans with different worldviews and different senses about how much they should sort of bow to President Trump's wishes. And if you get elected in a House district, your district may be much more solidly Republican. If you are a U.S. Senator and you get elected from many states, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag, and you really have to think about what you're doing here. So he needs to understand those dynamics, as well as understand what are the most likely strategies to enable him to do as much as he wants to do without completely running out of string, completely running out of thread. The budget, the continuing resolution, is one of those kind of thresholds, one of those time markers. And the other is when the U.S. runs out of money. I mean, that's the most important one. You can patch a continuing resolution and keep funding the government. But at a certain point, when the Treasury decides that all the extraordinary measures have been pulled and that there's not enough money coming in to cover the debt, that's when you actually need unity across your own party and probably some bipartisan buy-in.
Okay, Margaret, we'll come back to that in a moment because I want to get James Rosebush's thoughts on, of course, that great relationship between President Reagan and Tip O'Neill back in the day. We'll pick that up in just a moment. But first, I want to bring you some pictures from the Capitol One arena because the congressional lunch is on in Capitol Hill at the moment. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are there, but they will soon make their way to the Capitol One arena, just a short drive behind us here from one part of Washington, just a few blocks away to that sports arena. And we can see there on our screen there's quite a decent crowd already in there. Of course, people have been queuing up in really bitterly cold temperatures here in Washington DC since well before dawn, standing for hours in -7, -8 degrees Celsius for the chance to get into that arena. Of course, there isn't going to be the presidential parade that we're familiar with down Pennsylvania Avenue because of those frigid temperatures and everything being moved inside. So people who want to get that up close and personal glimpse of the new president, well, they had to try and be in queue early to get into the Capitol One arena there. And we can see stage set up and the podium there. It's got the presidential seal of office on it. That was put on there shortly after the inauguration took place and President Trump's second term became official. So we will hear remarks from him there. And we're also told that he is going to sign some presidential executive actions while he is there in front of that crowd. So that will be quite a significant moment. Now, I want to talk about all the events of the day so far with the veteran broadcaster, Piers Morgan, host of the YouTube show Piers Morgan Uncensored. Piers, great to have you back with us here on BBC News. You're a good friend of Donald Trump. You've been watching everything that's happened here so far today. What do you make of what you've seen? It's quite a different start to the first Trump administration.
Yeah, I think it was a much more focused and disciplined Donald Trump than the first time round. I didn't think the speech was anywhere near as dark as his first inauguration speech. I thought it was a lot more optimistic. He certainly presented a picture to Americans that he would deliver what he promised them in the election campaign. He was very clear about that, reminded them what he promised and said, I will deliver this, and there'll be a new golden age to it. But he also, I think, showed a human side to it, which is that he did survive his assassination attempt just a few months ago and then nearly got shot again a few weeks later. That's going to change anybody. And I've certainly detected with Trump, when I've spoken to him privately, when I watched him again today, when I've seen him at the rallies recently, he is a slightly changed guy. He's somebody who genuinely believes that he should be dead. He isn't dead. He survived miraculously by ½ an inch, an assassin's bullet, and he's determined to make the most of his life and indeed his second chance at the presidency. So I felt that for a number of reasons, if I'm an American and I voted for him, he gave me the speech I wanted to hear. And the big question now is, can he deliver on those promises?
And he did say, Piers, at one point, my legacy will be that of a peacemaker and a unifier. But then he went on to deliver these unscripted remarks in the second gathering in the overflow room, when he did air a number of those grievances that we're familiar with hearing from him in rallies. So how do you see that he is going to try and set out to be this great unifier of the American people?
Well, I think there's no doubt that the election results showed a lot more Americans gravitated to Trump this time round than in the previous two elections. And they came from all cross-sections of American society, black, white, Jew, Muslim, rich, poor. It was extraordinary. And I think he was taken aback. I spoke to him the morning after he won, literally a few hours later, and he couldn't believe the scale of the victory. He won everything. You know, he won the White House, he won the House of Representatives, he won the Senate, he won the popular vote, the Electoral College, he won everything. So I think he realizes that he's got an amazing opportunity of almost total power as president, certainly for the first 2 years, to really implement what he wants to do. So I think that for that reason, I think that there is optimism in America that, coupled with the fact he has some pretty smart people around him, like Elon Musk, that things can actually get done here, which has often been the criticism of America in recent years, where simply there isn't enough time for any president to really be that effective. So I think it'll be very interesting to see, with people like Musk next to him, whether he can achieve those things.
OK, at this point, Piers, I just want to say goodbye to our viewers who are watching us on PBS. Thank you very much for being with us. And to those of you watching on BBC News, do stay with us. Plenty more to come, hours and hours, in fact, more to come of this day, the inauguration of President Donald Trump. We've seen him sworn into office. He's currently having lunch on Capitol Hill with members of Congress. And then he'll go to the Capital One Arena to greet the supporters who haven't been able to see him on the Mall as they have done in traditional years. And just on that, Piers, what did you make of the style of the inauguration? Obviously, it was indoors. We heard President Trump reference a few times how cold it is. I've been standing out here since 6 o'clock this morning. I can concur with him that it is cold out here. But do you think it's kind of changed? Do you think it's kind of changed the dynamic and the pace? And the remarks seemed to be kind of more intimate than perhaps they would have been if he had been making them outdoors.
Yeah, I think, look, inevitably, I don't think it's what he would have wanted. There's something extraordinary about being outside on the inauguration day and seeing the vast crowds and so on. But just looking at the state of the journalists, and I think I would exclude you. You're looking pretty good given how long you've been standing in that freezing cold. But some of my other colleagues on other networks have been looking like they're very close to hypothermia. So I think they made the right decision. But there's no doubt that taking it inside does make it more intimate. And it was extraordinarily evocative, wasn't it, to see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally sitting there a few feet away from him in the same screen where he was trashing their entire presidency together, their entire legacy, in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. And they had to basically sit there and suck it up with faces like they'd been eating lemons. That was an extraordinary thing to watch, which you wouldn't have seen in quite such close proximity if it had been outside. So I thought that was fascinating, the body language there. But look, Trump in the end has had the greatest comeback win in American political history. Even his most begrudging opponents and enemies would have to admit that. And he now has, I think, both personally after the assassination attempt and professionally with this new win, he's got a second chance, both at life and at being president. And again, from the conversations I've had with him, I do detect a slightly changed man. He's not going to change in terms of his rhetoric. He won't change if someone trashes him, he'll trash them back. That is Donald Trump. You know, when he gets nearly 80, you're not going to suddenly change all your spots. But I do think he feels the hand of history. And I do think he knows that if he can deliver on the key issues of that election, which ultimately were illegal immigration and the obvious crisis on the southern border in America, on the cost of living crisis, getting this raging issue of inflation back to a place where there's prosperity again in the United States. And thirdly, this big thing of common sense, as he calls it, the core of common sense, the common sense revolution, which he would say involves the DEI movement, diversity, equity, inclusion, the wokeism, the woke mind virus, as Elon Musk calls it, the gender issues, the identity politics issues. If all that can be just thrown away, and we get back to a broad spectrum of agreed common sense, then I think not only will America benefit from that, but I think countries like ours in the UK will also benefit from just abandoning what has been often something completely at odds with how most people are thinking.
OK, well, we'll wait to see just what he does in this second term in office. Piers Morgan, host of Piers Morgan Uncensored. Thanks so much for being with us here on BBC News.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, aside from what's happening here on Capitol Hill, it is, of course, the second day of that ceasefire between Israel and Hamas following over a year of war in Gaza. During his inaugural address, President Donald Trump indirectly mentioned his work in securing that agreement, saying his proudest legacy would be that of peacemaker and unifier. Well, let's get the view on the ground in the Middle East now. We can speak to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who is in Riyadh, and our correspondent, Jonah Fisher, who is in Jerusalem. Lise, to you first, what has been the response in the region to what Donald Trump has said today in the two addresses that we've heard from him so far?
I think it's too early now for foreign leaders to be responding. They would regard it as this is America's day, and that they will not judge a second Trump administration by what he says. but by what he does. And certainly, as you mentioned, he alluded to the Gaza ceasefire deal. And of course, that is a deal where, by all accounts, his threats, his pressure actually made a difference. You'll remember his warning to Hamas that they would have hell to pay if the Israeli hostages weren't brought home and if there wasn't a deal before he returned to the White House. And indeed, yesterday, we saw the first 3 women hostages come home to emotional scenes, and that Gaza ceasefire is in place. He emphasized that he wanted America to be the world's biggest military power, admired around the world. But time and again, he said he wants to be the president who stops wars and doesn't start them. They're very much looking forward to the return of Donald Trump in this region. I'm in Riyadh. It was the destination for President Trump's first visit in the second term. And interestingly enough, the Riyadh summit was all about Arab leaders urging President Trump to confront Iran. This time around, they don't want a confrontation. The region has changed since the first term of President Trump. There's been a sort of rapprochement between Iran and the Arab states. And so President Trump is going to have to try to find his way through this. But of course, in a place like Saudi Arabia, there's very close personal ties with the de facto ruler, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, huge business interests, sporting interests. This is the kind of country he likes, the family dynasties, oil, wealth, power. Saudi Arabia is going to be very much on the agenda and part of President Trump's ambitions for the region.
Okay, Jonah, just to bring you in Jerusalem there, obviously we're in the second day of the ceasefire, a very fragile state, everyone looking to the possibility of getting the negotiations started and moving to the second phase, which of course will all fall now to President Trump and his administration to oversee the implementation of that. What is the sense of what their approach will be and whether it will be different to that of the Biden administration?
I think we have to say one thing for certain, that their approach was different to the Biden administration. The ceasefire agreement that we saw come into force yesterday was effectively the same document that had been circulating since the summer of last year, had effectively been drafted by the Biden administration. Why was it agreed last week? Well, it was because President Trump had made such an ambition of his to have this deal done before he took office today. He'd already sent his envoy, Steve Witkoff, to the negotiations in Qatar alongside Joe Biden's envoy to push talks through. From all accounts, Mr. Witkoff didn't mince his words when talking to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the run-up to this agreement, making it very clear to him how badly and how important President Trump viewed getting a deal done. So I don't think there's any doubt the role that President Trump's words played in getting this process to the point it is now. We are, as you said, in the second day of this ceasefire agreement. So far, most of it appears to be going according to plan. It will continue in phases. There are many things that could go wrong, so many moving parts in terms of releases of hostages, releases of Palestinian prisoners, and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from some parts of the Gaza Strip. So the process will no doubt be tested over the next 6 weeks. That's the length of this temporary ceasefire. And yes, I think the real crunch will come when they have to start talking about phase 2. That's when all the difficult issues related to Gaza, so we're talking about things like, is it a permanent ceasefire? What role will Hamas play in any future government? Israel, of course, doesn't want it to be involved at all. But if it's not Hamas, who's it going to be? And there is a group of other hostages who are not part of this first phase. So the question will really be, does the Trump administration regard this as being job done? For now, the attacks, the fighting in Gaza has stopped. Some of the hostages are coming back. Or will they continue with that engagement to push through what will be the much harder discussions and harder compromises which will have to be made if phase 2 is actually going to happen?
And Jonah, we remember just a couple of days after those October 7th attacks that President Biden travelled to Israel in that famous embrace of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Given what we've heard from Donald Trump about, being this peacemaker and this unifier, and privately there's much discussion about his desire to win the Nobel Peace Prize, do you think we might see a visit from President Trump to Jerusalem anytime soon? Is that something that the Prime Minister there would welcome?
Well, I think he would certainly welcome it. I haven't heard of any plans of it taking place just yet, but it is quite revealing what we've had in terms of the statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu welcoming the inauguration of President Trump. Just let me read a small part of it to you. He says, "I look forward to working with you to return the hostages, to destroy Hamas's military capabilities in Gaza, and to ensure Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel." There was no mention in this statement, in this welcoming letter from Prime Minister Netanyahu, no talk of peace or securing peace. It was a language of war, and that really gives you an indication of the way Prime Minister Netanyahu may be thinking, and also the way he's thinking in relation to his own government, because Prime Minister Netanyahu's administration has really been stretched almost to breaking point by this ceasefire agreement. There are members of it who would like to go back to war, and I think you can see there in the messaging there that Prime Minister Netanyahu has really feels that he's pushed things almost to the limit in place, and the language is very much not of consolidating that peace, but of being ready to go back to war.
Indeed, fragile and tentative times ahead. Jonah Fisher in Jerusalem and Lise Doucette in Riyadh. Thanks to you both for being with us here on this BBC News special coverage of President Donald Trump's inauguration. He is now, of course, the 47th President of the United States. Well, he is still here in the Capitol behind me. He'll travel to the Capital One arena shortly, where he will speak to his gathered supporters there who've been watching it indoors. Of course, everything moved indoors because of the weather here in Washington, D.C. today. And after that, he will make the short journey to the White House, to the Oval Office, and sit behind the Resolute desk, and potentially, we're told, sign some executive actions there. Well, let's go across to the White House there now, and my colleague Sumi Somaskanda. Sumi.
Hi, Katrina. Yeah, we are looking over the White House. As you said, this is where Donald Trump will come after he heads to Capital One Arena. And, of course, the question is, when will he start to sign those executive orders that were announced earlier in the day? You were talking about foreign policy just a short while ago, the Israel-Gaza war, but the real thrust of his inaugural address was domestic policy, wasn't it? And the number one priority that Donald Trump's incoming administration has set is cracking down on immigration. They have announced a number of measures that they say are America First priorities. Just to let you know what they are, in their very first press release from this Trump White House, they said it will be ending Biden's catch and release policies, reinstating Remain in Mexico, building the wall, ending asylum for illegal border crossers, cracking down on criminal sanctuaries, and enhancing vetting and screening of aliens. So those are the priorities that the White House has now set out. Now, sanctuary cities are referred to here in this press release, and there was reporting coming into today that some of those sanctuary cities where federal and local police and law enforcement do not cooperate with ICE authorities, with the ICE agency, that they might be facing a massive deportation crackdown as well. And so one of those cities is Chicago. We're going to speak now to the former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, who is joining us. Mayor, thank you very much for being with us today. Just first of all, can you tell us how you are viewing this inauguration and the fact that Donald Trump has set cracking down on immigration, particularly in cities, what in his press release says criminal sanctuaries, particularly that being a priority?
Well, look, every administration that comes in wants to set its priorities and make a mark to set the tone. Unfortunately, what we're hearing from this administration is a tone of division, it's a tone of hate, and frankly, a tone of illegal conduct. If they were to do the things that they had predicted to do regarding cracking down and mass deportations, they would be violating the rights of people who lawfully have to be here. And to be clear, no one's providing sanctuary for violent criminals, people that are terrorizing neighborhoods. That's why we have the criminal justice system. And those people are found, they are prosecuted, and they're held accountable. But just willy-nilly going into neighborhoods, into businesses, and taking people for what they look like without having probable cause, that's unconstitutional. And it's not something that any city, let alone a city like Chicago, should tolerate or stand for.
Okay, so Mayor, the incoming, well, now border czar in the Trump administration, Tom Homan, says that's not at all what he deems these operations to be. He calls them targeted operations, and specifically that the administration is looking to round up those who have criminal convictions and those who have entered the country illegally, and that these are meant to be targeted, not broad, widespread raids in a city like Chicago. Do you think that can work in Chicago?
He said something very, very different not that long ago. And there's legal ways in which that can happen. But the rattling the saber of mass deportation, which is language that he has used even a few months ago here in Chicago when he was crowing at a Republican fundraiser about what he intended to do to disrupt our city and arrest elected officials who stood for our position as a sanctuary city. That's something very, very different than legally carrying out targeted arrest and deportation of people who have been convicted of violent crime. I don't think anybody is going to disagree with doing this legally for people who have already been adjudged as being here illegally, having committed crime. But that's not what he has talked about, and that's certainly not what President Trump has talked about. They're talking about something radically different that is intended to embarrass and disrupt cities like Chicago.
Mayor, just to understand, and I know you're, of course, no longer the mayor of Chicago, but if these were to be these targeted operations, as they were described by the border czar, to round up those who have been convicted of crimes, would Chicago try to stand in the way of that?
Look, I think you should be deeply skeptical as somebody who has radically changed their language over the last couple of days. The fact of the matter is, I think the so-called border czar, the reality is hitting him. The ICE agents and other agents federal agents that might assist in this effort, they're not very big in number. They can only pull this off if they have the cooperation and complicity of local law enforcement. That is not possible in Chicago or the state of Illinois, because we have passed laws to guard against the federal government coming in and doing exactly what these folks have talked about, which is mass deportation. I don't accept what he's saying now, because his rhetoric for months has been radically different. Again, there are legal ways in which one can do this. There are legal ways in which they can work with the local courts to identify people and place a detainer on them and then have them to be deported.
So, Mayor, if I could just jump in there. If I could just jump in there, and I understand your point there. Looking at the broader picture here, you said that this was an extremely divisive inaugural speech and that the president has been divisive. At the same time, if you look at polling, the majority of Americans saw immigration as a massive problem and saw what Donald Trump calls a crisis at the southern border as an issue that needs to be addressed.
Well, we can't surrender our rights as Americans and in a democracy based upon a snapshot in time reflected in a poll. There's a lot of things that would show up in polls, but if we agreed with them and set policy on the basis of those things, that would mean we'd be violating who we are as a country, the precepts of our Constitution. That can't be the deciding factor. What we have to do is abide by the rule of law. As a lawyer, I understand that. As a former federal prosecutor, I know that. But we've got to abide by the rule of law and not just give in to the prevailing political winds.
Okay, Mayor, really good to get your perspective today. Thank you so much for joining us on BBC News. And as we're following all of the happenings today on Inauguration Day, let's bring in some pictures. You're looking at Capital One Arena, of course, where Donald Trump will be heading a little bit later in the day. At the moment, he is at this luncheon in the Capitol. You see Senator Amy Klobuchar speaking at the moment. There you see at the table Donald Trump and the First Lady, Melania Trump, and Vice President, I just called him Senator, Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, now the Second Lady. This is part of the proceedings, this luncheon, and remarkable remarks are delivered here by a number of speakers. And after this luncheon is when we'll start to see the next phase of this process, where Donald Trump will head. Normally, we would have seen an inaugural parade, of course, through the streets of Washington. But as we've said all day, this inauguration looks a bit different because of the weather, the icy temperatures. And so the inaugural parade is going to be held at Capital One Arena. But you see Donald Trump here taking in Amy Klobuchar, Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat from Minnesota, and the head of the inaugural congressional committee, is speaking at the moment. She's presiding over this luncheon, if you will, and she's been calling up the speakers here. So that's where the president is at the moment. We'll keep our eye on that, of course, as soon as the president moves on to the next step. But let's bring in Margaret Talev, senior contributor at Axios and director of the Syracuse University Institute for Democracy. Just as we see, Margaret, Speaker Johnson getting up to say a few words here in honor of Donald Trump, I just want to get your take on what we were hearing from the former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. Do you think are we going to see a real conflict between the blue states and red states, these sanctuary cities, and this Trump administration?
Well, we certainly may, and the rhetoric so far seems to be ramping up to that moment. But again, campaign rhetoric and how policies are actually enacted can often be two very different things. So when you use language like mass deportations, this is language that actually it surprised many Democrats in Joe Biden's world or the Democratic Party world to learn over the course of the past year that when you ask Americans in general, would you support mass deportations of undocumented or illegal immigrants, it's actually popular across the board. About half of Democrats like the idea. The numbers are slightly larger for independents and much larger for Republicans. Something like 9 in 10 Republicans like the idea. But when you get down to the nitty gritty, and Axios and Ipsos just did some of this polling, and we, in my institute in Syracuse, has also done polling on these issues. When you start asking Americans, how would you do it? Do you support using active military to carry these out? Do you support using money that was meant for the military to do other things to carry these out? Do you support separating parents and children in order to move swiftly? The support for that plummets. And so Donald Trump has two considerations. And one is, does the federal government want to get into these legal tangles with multiple states at the same time? But two, and probably more important for a brand new president inaugurated, 2 or 3 hours ago, is do you want to immediately go to something that's going to actually be deeply unpopular and lose the support that you actually have when you keep it at a surface level? You can talk about mass deportations, and people say, because what Americans who broadly like this sort of vague idea are saying is, there's a strain on resources. Countries can't really have open borders, or you wouldn't be a country if anybody could come in at any time, and that there has to be a way to enforce border limits. Okay, that everybody largely agrees on that. But the minute you start getting into how the money gets used, the impact on individuals, and another question, what do you do with many, many Americans who came here or were brought here from other countries as children? They had no say in it. And the only country they've ever known is the United States. The only culture to which they're acclimated is the U.S. That's really where they're from. Where are they going to go back to? How would they fend for themselves? Or aren't they really Americans? These are issues that are deeply, deeply divisive in our society, and where Trump would really lose actually a lot of the center.
Okay, that's certainly an interesting point. I want to get a reaction also from James Rosebush, who's also with us. James, what do you think about what Margaret just said?
I think she makes an excellent point. I think the term mass deportation, it was probably not a great way as a label for what I think they want to do and a lot of Americans want to see. I think also you see this administration working closely with the countries that had these original migrants leave from. So it's not a question. I don't see the possibility of rounding up people in trucks or planes. We've had them moved on airplanes and so forth before, but it has to be handled diplomatically with those countries where they're being sent to. I think in the case of Mexico, that's also underway. And I think that some of you saw, and going back to thinking about the presentation that the president made today in his speech, it was perhaps most important that to him that he had time with a very large audience across the world to explain exactly what he wants to do and to achieve at one place. So probably there are other speeches that presidents make, but there isn't as much time devoted to it and as large an audience as a president makes at his inauguration. And I think that is probably one of the goals that was undertaken here, to say most definitely, most broadly, and most dramatically, as fast as they possibly could, this is what is going to happen. Now, as you pointed out earlier, Sumi, the process of actually doing this, it could take much longer. You have different parts of our constitutional government. You saw in the case, for example, of where President Biden tried to reduce or rid the world of student loans. Well, that is not within presidential jurisdiction. Okay, so the president doesn't spend money. That is handled by the Congress. So all of these things come under, and I think that's the great thing about our form of government, that there are checks and balances. And also, you talked earlier about, will this president have a good relationship with a narrow majority of Republicans on both sides? And I think that is something that Reagan had to deal with, as you say. And Reagan knew that in order for him to get past what he wanted to have done in the Congress, he had to make alliances, and he also had to make compromises. And one of the things I just want to add, I think extremely, extremely important, and that is every single year in the budget that was presented by OMB and the executive office, we asked for a balanced budget. And the president made an appeal to the American people and said, if you're living from year to year or day to day in your household, you have to have a balanced budget. And there's no reason why we can't have, in this country, a balanced budget. And that is what is, the president presents a balanced budget to the Congress, and then they have to sustain that and find the means to sustain it. And this is something that I think is absolutely critical. And I think that it's this sort of interaction between all the different forces and segments of our democratic form of government that is very important. The president has stated precisely what he wants to achieve. Now he has to go out and actually perform it. He actually has to get it done. And so that's why I think it was critical that he put forward in a very forceful, clear, dramatic, really, way to the American people exactly what he wanted to do, because he was responding, follow this, he was responding to what a lot of people were telling him at very high level of lots and lots of people were telling him. The numbers were very high. This is what we want to have done in this country, and this is what needs to take place. So he had a majority, a vast majority of people behind each one of those points today. So that was the power of what he did. And I think that probably we'll see more and more addresses. We'll see more and more inaugural addresses, perhaps in this style, than what we might have going back to perhaps a more passive, a little bit more, thoughtful approach at an inaugural address. I think today, however, maybe starts a new pattern in how a president makes a pitch on day one to say exactly what he's going to do, and he'll be judged by that. And so he's going to stand up against that.
That's a really interesting point, and that's exactly what Donald Trump said in his rally on Sunday. You know, why wait a few weeks to start getting the things done that have been told to us that the people want? That's why I'm going to issue this raft of executive orders. And we're just seeing the president there, as you've been speaking, Margaret and James. Looks like the congressional luncheon, it appears, has just wrapped up. We saw Speaker Johnson delivering a toast to Donald Trump, as well as the Senate Majority Leader John Thune delivering a toast. We saw them holding up glasses of champagne, although for Donald Trump it appeared to be a glass of Diet Coke. We know that's his drink of choice. And in fact, I think we've heard that the Diet Coke button will be back on at the White House. It is indeed something something that Donald Trump appears to enjoy. But there you see him speaking to members of Congress. You see Speaker Johnson there and Senator Amy Klobuchar again. She is the head of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and that's why she has been presiding over this ceremony. She's there sharing words with the Vice President, and we see the Second Lady there as well, Usha Vance, and the President and Melania Trump. All of this taking place, of course, just before Donald Trump is set to head to Capital One Arena, where he will be greeted by thousands of his supporters who are waiting to see him after he has officially been sworn in as president for his second term, an historic second term for Donald Trump. You can always follow more on our website, bbc.com. We'll be back in just a few minutes with much more.
Hello there. There have certainly been winners and losers with the weather story this Monday. In Fife earlier this afternoon, we had some beautiful sunshine, very nice. In Scotland, once again, seeing some of the highest temperatures. But it was a different story further south. There's been, again, a lot of low grey cloud, drizzle at times, misty conditions as well. And this weather front that's responsible for that is not moving very far. So there's more of the same to come for tomorrow. With light winds, we could have an issue with some fog as well. Just look where the drizzle's been sitting today across North Wales, Northern England, a little bit moving out of Devon as well. One or two isolated showers into the far northwest of Scotland, but certainly the best of the sunshine has been through Scotland. Now, we keep some clear skies overnight, and in the southeast, fog could form, some of it dense in places. Our frontal system bringing the showery, drizzly rain sits there across northern England and parts of North Wales. Low single figures to greet us first thing tomorrow morning, so a chilly start. And yes, this fog could be slow to lift, but it will do so, brightening up into the afternoon. Our frontal system continues to sit across the far northwest and once again in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Western Scotland seeing a few scattered showers, but it will be dry with some sunshine. Highs around 8 degrees here, but underneath the cloud, if that cloud lingers and it stays misty all day, it will be a little on the chilly side. Into Wednesday, our weather front gradually starts to ease away. So a cloudy start across the Midlands and East Anglia, brightening up to the north and west behind. And again, those temperatures between 4 and 7 Celsius. Now, I do want to get on to further ahead because a little bit later this week is the start of a stormy period of weather. So that quiet, benign weather being replaced by something wetter and the potential for some disruptive winds. And it's all due to a strengthening jet stream. We're going to see quite a powerful jet pushing its way across the Atlantic and driving potential areas of low pressure towards the UK. So the isobars really squeezing together. The wind's quite a feature. We'll need to keep an eye on the position of this area of low pressure, still subject to change a little. But as we go to the end of the week and into the weekend, it turns increasingly wet and windy.
I think it's hard to survive in Korea as a tattoo artist, yeah, because like it's illegal.
Já trabalhei como garota de programa, aos meus 17 anos. De eu estar dormindo no quarto e o rapaz pular por cima e deu a arma na minha cabeça.
I don't think I realized how impactful her death really was. When it came to Eden, it was like, I'm a bad person, But when it came to everyone else, she was so kind and like patient and understanding.
Encima es poder liberar víctima, pero claro, no eres consciente de que hay veces que has podido vivir situaciones pues de riesgo hasta que ha pasado y tu cuerpo hace.
When you talk about or hear about Iceland, everybody says like this is the safest country in the world. We are the happiest, women are the safest. We have been marketed as this feminist paradise, than which we are not.
100 women across the BBC. Watch the latest episodes on iPlayer.
President-elect Donald J. Trump.
God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country
A very warm welcome to our special BBC coverage of Donald Trump's second inauguration. I'm Sumi Somaskanda.
And I'm Katrina Perry here at the Capitol. Thanks for being with us. Well, Donald Trump has been sworn in as America's 47th president, beginning a second term in the White House in which he is promising to reshape America. He's only the second U.S. president ever to serve 2 non-consecutive terms.
In his inaugural address, he promised the golden age of America begins right now. He outlined a raft of executive orders he said he would sign immediately, including the declaration of a national emergency at the border with Mexico. The new president spoke about his political comeback as well, saying he was proof that nothing was impossible. Now, in a break with convention, the inauguration ceremony was held indoors in the Capitol Rotunda because of the exceptionally cold winter temperatures. At 78, Mr. Trump has overtaken his predecessor, Joe Biden, as the oldest U.S. president to take office.
And just while we're talking here, we're watching live pictures coming to us from Capitol Hill. We can see Don Jr. there, Donald Trump Jr., and his father's pick for the Director of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, there just a moment ago. He's going into the office of the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. That luncheon just breaking up on Capitol Hill. One of the sort of protocol moments, if you like, from this inauguration day. We had the swearing-in ceremony earlier. We heard that inaugural address from Donald Trump. Then, in what was different to usual, he went to an overflow room at the Capitol with 1,800 people had been watching proceedings on a big screen because, as we've said, everything has moved indoors because of the cold weather conditions here in Washington, D.C. So you're just looking at images there of that lunch breaking up members of Congress and Donald Trump's team and family there, just parting ways before they move to the next phase of today's proceedings, which will be moving to that Capital One arena nearby. Well, before the inauguration happened this morning, the outgoing president, Joe Biden, issued preemptive pardons for 5 members of his family, for his siblings. In a statement, the outgoing president warned that they had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats. And those pardons followed another set that had been issued to the COVID response chief, Anthony Fauci, and to members of the House January 6th riot investigation to prevent what President Biden called politically motivated prosecutions. Now, we can have a look at the live scene coming to us from the Capital One arena, which is, as I say, where proceedings will move to shortly. That is the venue for the inauguration celebrations. About 20,000 people are expected to gather at that Capital One arena. We're not seeing the images just now. We're still looking at those images of the various members of Congress leaving that celebration, that celebratory lunch that was being held there to celebrate the inauguration of Donald Trump. Well, let's have a listen now to some of what President Trump said in his inaugural address a little earlier.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free.
And indeed, Donald Trump, they're delivering that inaugural address in the Capitol Rotunda. Just about 4 hours ago, when he was sworn in as the 47th president, Donald Trump, they're saying that the golden age of America will begin, the decline of America is over. Well, let's go to our correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, who is at the Capital One Arena, where, as we said, as Donald Trump has wrapped up that congressional luncheon and everyone is filing out there, he is expected to head next to the Capital One Arena. And Gary, we understand that there are a lot of people on hand, tens of thousands, thousands of people on hand. Of course, it only holds 20,000 people, but give us a sense of the mood there on the ground.
Well, they're pretty pumped, I would say. They've had a few interesting warm-up acts so far. Elon Musk was here a few moments ago, and if you think a new golden age is an exercise in hyperbole, he actually said that Trump supporters had saved human civilization by this victory. Human civilization, which he said would now be planted on Mars, thanks to Donald Trump's aspirations and Elon Musk's expertise, I guess. So they've heard from him. They heard from Kash Patel, the nominee for FBI director, who actually, interestingly, was a lot more kind of traditional, talking about crime and fighting crime and overdoses and drugs and things like that. None of the retribution and revenge stuff that we've heard from him before. But they're waiting for Donald Trump. This will be the third bite of the cherry, of course, from the day. You've outlined the inaugural itself and then that slightly riffing kind of speech he made to those other people in the Capitol as well. I think we'll get another campaign performance here. We had it yesterday. I think we'll get something very similar again. What we will get, of course, is the theatrics of signing some of these executive orders on stage in front of these 20,000 people. And I'm sure that will please them enormously.
Gary, as we're speaking, we're looking at images still in the Capitol there of the military review, which is also part of the proceedings for a traditional inaugural day. But Gary, as you said, you know, it is pretty unusual, let's say unprecedented, to see a president go to sign executive orders in front of around 20,000 supporters. Just tell us a bit more about what you think we can expect to see there. We've already heard, of course, from the Trump administration that they expect to talk about the border, about energy, about regulation.
Yeah, we'll see which ones he does here. I mean, I tell you one thing that was interesting when he was making his speech and the crowd here was watching it. The thing that got the biggest cheer was this whole idea, as he put it, of bringing biological truth back to the federal government. And by that he means that he thinks that there are only two genders, men and women, and it's time to re-establish that idea. That got an absolutely huge cheer and round of applause, on their feet for that one. So I wonder if they're saving some of that, if you like, that sort of culture war stuff for the actual sort of supporters who are here. We'll see. We'll see. They're also very keen on the border stuff, as you can imagine. That's a very popular message. And maybe something around the cost of living, because that is something Donald Trump has also promised to do. But of course, bringing down prices, controlling prices, much easier said than done.
Okay, Gary O'Donoghue there at the Capital One Arena. We'll be back to you plenty more times before the night is over. President Donald Trump still here at the Capitol, but that is his next stop there where Gary is. Well, I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman from Ohio, Greg Landsman. Congressman, thanks indeed for joining us here on BBC News. Just to pick up on that point that my colleague Gary was just making, that remark that President Trump said in his inaugural address, saying it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. What do you make of that remark?
I think that it's something that is, some of the folks, in his party are really fired up about. Most people are just trying to, figure out how they're going to, pay all their bills, what's going to happen to their health care. They are worried about the border. They're worried about all kinds of, big issues globally in the United States and their own lives. I don't think most voters want us to focus on these culture war issues. And so, Yeah, he got a big applause in the rotunda too, from members of his own party. But I was surprised that he didn't talk about the economy that much, or even the border. I mean, he rambled, and I'm not a partisan guy. I just, I thought it was kind of a strange, grim, unoriginal, kind of strange speech. At one point, I think he talked about renaming a mountain. So I don't know.
Here, just over at the White House, where, of course, the president will shift to a little bit later in the day. But, Congressman, what voters are certainly interested in, if you looked at polling surrounding election, was indeed immigration. And although the president didn't talk as much about immigration in that speech, we know that those initial executive orders will be heavily focused on curbing immigration. Do you support these orders and what Donald Trump wants to do, a national emergency at the border, mass deportation?
Yeah, I don't know what national emergency means. I mean, I think he needs to work with the United States Congress to pass actual laws. I'm a big supporter of the bipartisan border fix, which would hire thousands of additional Border Patrol officers. It would hire more judges, a whole host of changes. If they want to add to the wall, they can add to the wall. They need congressional action. There needs to be laws, new laws, to tackle border security and ultimately comprehensive immigration reform. Some of the policies make sense. The mass deportation work. I don't actually believe him. I don't think he's going to do much more than what we've been doing with ICE and removing those who are breaking additional laws. And most Americans want to see that. If you've come here unlawfully and you've gotten arrested for a second crime, you've got to go home.
And Congressman, just on that issue, those immigration points and border security, given a state like your own in Ohio, there are issues in parts of the smaller towns with fentanyl, as there are in many parts across the middle of America and all around the country, in truth. Would you have expected to hear the president address that in the context of border security?
Yeah, I mean, this is where I was a little frustrated, not as a Democrat, but as an American. These inauguration addresses are an opportunity to paint a picture of where we're going to go and what we're going to get done and how we're going to do it together. And it's sort of a roadmap to solving some of our most intractable or difficult challenges. And so, I was hoping he would lay out a plan, a real vision for fixing the economy. A plan and a real vision for fixing the border. And the fact that fentanyl, for example, didn't come up, or any specific. And I think that, quite frankly, was the only border specific, was disappointing. I mean, we need serious leadership, and I didn't hear a lot of that, in the speech. But look, we have a new president. I'm committed to working with everyone to get things done, and doing so in a way that helps people and serves as a firewall to ensure that no one gets hurt.
Okay, Congressman, great to have you back on BBC News. Thank you again so much for joining us this afternoon. All right, and on your screens there, we are still seeing that lineup there in the Capitol for the military review. Don't forget that the president is also the commander-in-chief, and this is a traditional part of inaugural day ceremonies. Now, here in Washington, D.C., we know that initially, for the initial inauguration ceremony, around 250,000 tickets were handed out for people to take part in the ceremony, to be sitting on the National Mall, to take in the inauguration ceremony. So we saw supporters of Donald Trump around the country flock here to Washington, D.C. And many of them, of course, couldn't fit in that Capital One arena, but they have been going to different watch parties. And indeed, it took me quite a long time to get here to the White House location from the Capitol because of so many people streaming out and about on the streets. But our colleague, Helena Humphrey, is at a pub not far from us here in D.C. She's been speaking to people there about how they're taking in the inauguration. Helena, tell us what they've been telling you.
Well, see,
Sumi, of course, the fact that this inauguration had to move inside was pretty good news for bars and restaurants here in Washington, D.C. We are at the Union Pub. This is a self-proclaimed bipartisan bar in the heart of the nation's capital. A pretty festive atmosphere, I have to say. Perhaps you can even spot behind me quite a few people wearing Make America Great Again hats. Some people have come from the inauguration themselves, telling me the atmosphere was electric. But let's bring in now some of the people who've been enjoying the ambience here. Where have you come from today, sir?
What an unbelievable day today, making America great again.
And where did you travel from?
I traveled from Michigan.
And why was it important for you to come from Michigan to be here today?
Well, what a historical celebration. We're going to watch Donald Trump do what he said he was going to do. And now with the vice president, he picked Vance. That looks like we got 12 good years of America.
And what are your hopes for the next 4 years?
I hope the border gets cleaned up with a border wall. I hope that the EPA and like Eagle, DEQ in the world gets slowed down for all, because I'm a farmer from Michigan. So we have a lot of regulations that are super hard to deal with.
Let me bring in some of your friends who you've been hanging out with here. Nice to see you. Thank you for being with us. How's the day been going for you?
Oh, it's awesome. It's been a perfect day.
And what are your hopes for the next 4 years?
Oh, man, I just hope, you know, I'm ready for some positivity. I'm so tired of all the negative things in the world. We all can be all one. Trump's going to bring everybody together instead of dividing everybody. You know, we all bleed red and we're all brothers and sisters, and we just need to love each other and just think positive. If we all work together, we can make this country beautiful.
Any concerns about the next term ahead?
I just hope that we all can work together. My only concern is the Democrats and the Republicans need to work together, and this could be the most awesome country.
I want to bring in your friend. I think it was Mike who was standing over here as well. Mike, just quickly, briefly, how's the day been for you? Why was it important to be here?
It's been awesome. You know, President Trump pulled off the biggest political comeback in U.S. history. It's just a good thing to witness and see.
Thank you so much for being with us. And that is a word I have heard, Sumi, throughout the course of the afternoon here. The fact that people feel that it was a comeback, and as you can see, for the most part, they're celebrating that. All right, Helen, I certainly get a sense of how people are feeling there. Helena Humphrey for us in a bar not far from where we are. Here is Donald Trump at the military review taking place in the Capitol right now. You see Melania Trump. Let's listen in.
So we're What we're watching here is President Donald Trump observing the first honors ceremony from members of the US military there. This part would usually take place outdoors as part of that presidential parade, but obviously given proceedings have been moved indoors. It's happening in Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Hill Visitor Center. The eagle-eyed among you will note that this is the place that was used earlier as the overflow hall for those watching the swearing-in ceremony. So President Trump just there saluting. He's now inspecting the troops as he's moving along there. They were playing Hail to the Chief just a moment ago. and the president inspecting these troops. As I say, this would usually be done outside as part of the presidential parade. He would have moved down Pennsylvania Avenue in his motorcade and then taken his seat in a viewing stand that has been under construction outside the White House since October thereabouts. The first nail was driven on the stand here at the Capitol Hill behind me on September 18th. That's how long ago the construction starts for this day, well before anyone knows who in fact is going to be the president. But that viewing stand at Freedom Plaza on Pennsylvania Avenue and the one outside the White House not being used. We can see here President Trump walking along and inspecting those troops, saluting them on occasion, and the various branches of the US military all represented there. Of course, Donald Trump, not just the 47th President of the United States, he is the Commander-in-Chief of the US military, the biggest military in the world, and all the branches of it there represented in Emancipation Hall in Capitol Hill in the visitor centre there. And he's just returning to that platform to his wife, First Lady Melania Trump, and standing behind him there we have various members of the congressional leadership. We have the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and his wife. We have Steve Scalise and his wife, Senator Amy Klobuchar, who of course is the chair of the Inauguration Committee, and Senator Deb Fisher there as well, all of whom have had roles various sorts in today's proceedings. This is the final official act that will take place at Capitol Hill here, and in just a few moments' time President Trump will leave here to make his way just the short distance, just a couple of blocks, to the Capital One Arena, which has been filling up with Donald Trump's supporters since very early this morning, since before dawn. They watched proceedings on the big screen and they are awaiting the arrival of the man of the hour, President Donald Trump, shortly. And we can go live to the Capital One Arena now to speak to Illinois Republican State Representative Reagan Deering, who is inside the arena at the moment, one of those coveted spots, because of course we know about 220,000 tickets were issued for the proceedings when they were outdoors, just 20,000 people inside the Capital One Arena. And Reagan, what is the atmosphere like there at the moment?
Well, it's absolutely electric here in Capital One Arena. So many amazing patriots have been recognized for their grit and determination to get inside this arena today. And I feel blessed and honored to be one of the ones sitting nearby.
Because it's very cold, as we've been discussing all day here in Washington, D.C. And people have travelled from all corners of the country very early this morning, queuing up for a spot inside there to celebrate this inauguration of Donald Trump. He'll make his way there shortly. What are you expecting to hear from him when he gets there?
Well, it's been a nice opportunity to watch on the Jumbotron this morning's proceedings in the Capitol, as well as Trump talking to the offset room as well. The man is very good off script. I think he will continue to talk directly to the American people who have shown up for him in great numbers for the November election, as well as here in the arena today. So I think that he's going to speak to a new agenda for him. He's been waiting a long 4 years, as have all of us that have been his supporters through the Biden administration, to get back to common sense priorities. And so I think people are ready to hear about securing the border. It's my understanding he's been signing a handful of executive orders back at the Capitol. There is, in fact, a small Resolute type desk on the corner of the stage here in Capital One Arena. So it is likely that he will let the audience participate in working for them again.
And for you and the constituents that you represent in Illinois, what is the #1 issue that you want to see him address?
Well, I think that as those who voted him in and have joined the Republican Party, being some independents, some Democrats, we're ready to get back to a government that works for the people. Illinois is known for its high taxes, pension debt, overregulation by our government. So we're happy to have Republicans from Illinois here in the capital city today, and just going to do all we can to support him in his efforts to make the country great, as well as all of the 50 states. And so I think that when we as Illinoisans can feel that energy and feel that shift back towards common sense governance and regulations, we're ready to stand up to the majority party in Illinois that has been crushing our families. And I'll look to deliver on my promises to get back to working for the people.
We didn't hear a lot from President Trump in relation to the economy in his inaugural address. He did mention about taxation and tariffs, such as it related to foreign countries. But do you expect that perhaps he might address that in more detail when he gets to where you are there at the Capital One Arena, given that it was the issue that so many voters said in November was the driving force to get them to the polls?
Yeah, I think you're right. We did have the incoming Secretary of Commerce speak to both the External Revenue Service and some of those tariffs agendas and saving more Americans their own hard-earned money. I think that Trump's plan to, secure the border and stop spending recklessly on those who have entered our country illegally, especially in Illinois, where they have shown up as a sanctuary state, that's looking to save our taxpayers millions of dollars. I think one of his other big priorities is energy independence. We've done it before, and I think he'll look to bring that back again, so people can start saving at the pump, saving at the grocery store, and feeling like they have the opportunity to keep more of their hard-earned dollars.
Indeed, he did talk about declaring a national energy emergency during that inaugural address. And Reagan Deering, Illinois State Representative, thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. As we're speaking, we're looking at pictures of President Trump just about to leave the Capitol building. So he is soon on his way over to where you and your constituents that you were talking about are waiting for him there in the Capital One Arena. And just the final few moments here on Capitol Hill, that inspection of US troops. And he will soon be preparing to get into the motorcade to head to the Capital One Arena.
Indeed, Katrina, as we've been looking at these images, the military has featured strongly in some of what Donald Trump has talked about in his executive orders. And in that rally at the Capital One Arena on Sunday, he talked about the need to rid the military of what he called woke policies. He said it was time to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies that he said had ruined the military. Indeed, on the stage, there was even a clip played of what he believed was showing how the military was once a picture of strength and force and had been undermined by some of these diversity policies. But let's bring in again some of our panelists who are joining us. Margaret Talib is still with us. Former Republican Congressman Jacob Turner is with us, and Democrat strategist Joy Cheney is also with us. Congressman, I want to start with you and just get your take, first of all, on what we have seen from Donald Trump, this messaging about the golden age of America and this flurry of executive orders.
Great to be with you. Listen, I think that 77 million Americans that voted for Donald Trump are extremely happy right now. They have been concerned with the direction of this country for the last 4 years under Joe Biden. They've been worried about the border, crimes in their communities, the economy, inflation, and they hear a new message. They see President Trump, who he did not hide his message today. He delivered it in a very strong and direct way. And so there is a sigh of relief among a huge sector of the country today that there is a new day in America, that it can be a golden age. And so there's a lot of optimism across the country right now.
Joy, what's your thought on that? Obviously, as a Democrat strategist, a very different day for Democrats as they saw Joe Biden departing the White House.
Yeah, there's, a sigh of relief by many Americans. There's a sigh of anguish by many Americans. I have a friend who has a transgender daughter who, cried today because their life is going to look very different. And there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear if you are a person who has family members who may be undocumented, and maybe you have been law-abiding and you've been doing all the things. There's a fear for Black women like me who have, like many women, not just people of color, like many women, benefited from equity programs that were seeking to acknowledge us for our merit and to reduce the impacts of racism and misogyny and sexism and ableism and homophobia. And what Donald Trump said today is, those are good things, and we want to bring those things back. And that, at least that's what we heard. And so, yeah, he was strong and he was clear. And so a lot of celebration by some, a lot of anguish by others, but didn't hear a lot about the economy, which is interesting. I hope certainly that he's going to address that.
As you've been speaking, Joy, we're just looking at images here of Donald Trump departing the Capitol. Look, he's shaking hands with Democrat Senator Chuck Schumer as he's heading out. He's also, I think, just about to shake hands with the House Minority Leader, Democrat Hakeem Jeffries, as well, Congressman from the state of New York. He has been surrounded by congressional leaders at this congressional luncheon, and one of his close allies, Republican Congressman Steve Scalise, as well, bidding him farewell here as Donald Trump is getting set. And I believe there is John Thune as well, Senate Majority Leader. This all, of course, after the congressional luncheon wrapped up in the Capitol, and Donald Trump carried out that review of the military, that ceremony that we saw in the Capitol. And from here, as he's holding these conversations with Senator Thune, he's about to head in his car to the Capital One Arena. As we know, thousands of people are waiting for him there. So those are the images we're looking at right now as Donald Trump is wrapping up this official portion of the day in the Capitol, heading over to the arena. We just heard that people are waiting there anxiously to see the president. Margaret, I just want to get your take on something we heard from Joy there, and that we heard also from Ohio Congressman Greg Landsman, that they didn't feel that there was much discussed on the economy in Donald Trump's inaugural address. Do you agree? And do you think that there was perhaps more focus on other issues because the economy is going to be particularly bringing down those grocery prices, for example, one of the challenges?
Yeah, I mean, it's notable. I think there are two things. If you were paying a lot of attention in the closing weeks of the campaign and then you took a long winter slumber and woke up today, there are two things that you would have expected to hear a lot about that we really didn't hear about in any detail. And one is those big, beautiful tariffs that we initially thought we were going to see on day one. And the other was that Trump, once upon a time, President Trump suggested he could end the war in Ukraine in the first 24 hours of his presidency. We're going to see a bit of a pause, a reset, and a different pace on those issues, and in particular tariffs. It does appear that many of his own appointees with economic experience, some of the billionaires, there's 13 billionaires he's appointed to serve in his administration, and some of them have sort of implored him to take a different look at the way he thinks about the application of tariffs on specific goods, not just country by country, in order to not significantly shake or weaken the U.S. economy while he's trying to carry out sort of trade and foreign policy issues. So, but I also do think, to your point, that inflation was an amazing campaign issue for him to run on because people felt the pain of inflation. And President Biden, former President Biden and his administration were not able to successfully communicate across the board to Americans the idea that while inflation was painful for them, there were strong fundamentals in the economy that would carry America through this sort of post-COVID era. And instead, people felt real pain. I can't pay my rent. Interest rates are high. I can't buy a house. My paycheck doesn't stretch as far. Eggs are expensive, et cetera. The previous administration just didn't
and indeed,
acknowledge
Margaret, that was. I mean, we've talked about it. you and I and many others on our programs here over the past few months, that was really the key issue. You know, we were traveling around, I was in all of those 7 swing states, and time and again, that is what voters were saying. I just can't afford to feed my family the way I used to. I can't afford to put petrol in my car the way I used to. I can't afford a new car. I can't afford a holiday. And we saw that in the exit polling and in the polling before the election, that this was the key thing of concern to people. We're just looking at pictures now of President Trump in that motorcade. He's just left Capitol Hill after all of those various ceremonial duties that he discharged there over the last number of hours, and the motorcade is now making its way along through this corner of Washington DC from Capitol Hill past Union Station, the train station, a very beautiful ornate station. Anyone who's been to Washington on the train will have travelled through there and admired it, no doubt. Big restoration project recently, and the motorcade just making a very short journey to the Capital One Arena, a sporting arena here in Washington DC that has seen highs and lows with the various basketball and ice hockey teams over the years there, and today we'll see a big high for the supporters of President Donald Trump, just a few hours now into his second term in office. They've just turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue. What's notable about this view we're looking at here, we've got an aerial shot of a deserted street. Ordinarily, the way things would run, if the weather wasn't so bad and so cold and everything hadn't been moved indoors, the streets here would be lined with people. The rooftops, you can see some of them are lined with people in those office buildings, and many of them are broadcasters as well. But those streets would ordinarily be lined full of people, and you can just see at the top of the screen there is Freedom Plaza, a big viewing stand constructed there, and that would also have been full of people cheering on and celebrating and waving at President Trump there. And on occasion, presidents have walked part of this journey as well, stopping to wave and shake hands with their supporters who make a pilgrimage essentially to Washington DC to see their person installed in the White House. And you can see the motorcade just turning right there, and it will head up just a couple of blocks to that Capital One Arena, where, as we've been hearing throughout the day on our programming here, people have been queuing from early morning, the wee hours of the morning, in pitch dark conditions up to -10 degrees Celsius, for a chance to get into the Capital One Arena, because 230,000 tickets were issued initially for the inauguration ceremony. The mall would have been filled, as I say, these streets would have been filled with people, and instead only 20,000 people have the opportunity to be in the Capital One Arena for this moment that's about to happen now, which will be very special for President Trump and for his supporters, to have a glimpse of the new president, to hear from him, and as has been flagged by the man himself and many of his campaign team speaking to us here and his advisors, that he will be signing some memoranda, some executive orders or executive actions on some of those key policy issues, some of the key platforms that he ran on in this election campaign, and that his supporters, the 77 million Americans who voted for him, want him to take action on. And he has pledged that he will take that action on day one. And here we are on day one as we watch this motorcade travel along the streets of Washington DC. You can get a sense of just how intense the security operation is around this inauguration. It always is, but of course this year we had that assassination attempt on President Trump in July, and you can just see there he is arriving the Capital One Arena into the loading dock down in underneath into the bowels of the stadium. Large motorcade there. It will take a couple of minutes for him to disembark from that motorcade for the area to be sealed, and then we'll see him arrive up into that Capital One Arena, in onto the floor of that sporting arena where many of his allies and advisors have been speaking throughout the day already, rallying up the crowd in anticipation of this moment. And we will bring that to you as soon as he comes out into the arena. But while we're waiting, we just have a quick look here. You can see what's going on inside the arena at the moment. Again, military band, they're keeping everyone occupied and entertained and keeping the spirits high, because of course this has been a very long day for the individuals inside this Capital One Arena. queued from the early hours, and then they've sat through all of the proceedings, watching them on the big screen, that inaugural address and the second address from President Trump. Now, while we're waiting for President Trump there, I want to bring in BBC's political editor, Chris Mason. Chris, thanks for being with us. People in capitals all around the world, of course, watching this day, listening to what Donald Trump has to say. He addressed a little foreign policy in his inaugural address this morning. Not too many details, but how will it have been received in London?
Yeah, hello to you. The world has changed in America, and I think the world has changed in plenty of other places too because of America's influence and significance. And so here in London, you've had the Prime Minister putting a video out on social media congratulating President Trump in the last couple of hours, talking about what UK Prime Ministers always talk about, which is the so-called special relationship between the UK and the US. But what intrigues me as someone who's going to follow this closely in the coming years is you've got two leaders, one in London, one in Washington, who could not be more different. I mean, it is an extraordinary difference just of character. You've got a human rights lawyer and a brash property billionaire from New York. You've got a barrister against someone who found themselves, in court, as Donald Trump did, and convicted. So the differences of character and style are massive. And then there are the policy differences, which will also be fascinating to observe. And the Middle East, on Ukraine, on trade, tariffs, import taxes. Where exactly are they wielded by the new president? The row over the Chagos Islands, the archipelago in the Indian Ocean, where there's a joint US-UK military base, where the UK government had decided to hand those islands to Mauritius and then rent back the space for the military base. That was paused to allow the new administration to take a look at it. That could be an awkward thing early on. What does the new president say about defence spending? He often wants allies, other NATO members, to spend far more on defence. Can the UK and others afford it? So there's so many strands that are going to be fascinating to unpick. And at the heart of it will be the dynamic, the human dynamic between the two men. And because they are so wildly different, that's going to be fascinating to observe.
And just wanted to get your thoughts, Chris, as well. I've spotted here in Washington, D.C. in recent days former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister Liz Truss. Nigel Farage is here. He threw a big party for Donald Trump for the inauguration. Donald Trump wasn't there, but for the inauguration on Friday night. So you have this very close relationship between those in the Conservative Party and, as you've been describing there, with the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Yeah, there's a definite difference there. There's just no doubt about it. You have a Prime Minister here who is on the left, describes himself as a socialist, and you have a new US president who is on the right. So there's a difference there, and you see it with the, if you like, the friends from British politics that were invited along, whether it be Nigel Farage or Boris Johnson or Liz Truss. It's quite striking seeing Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister, there in person witnessing the inauguration, because what's interesting is that the two of them, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Trump, clearly struck up a real rapport when they were both in positions of leadership. On the issue of Ukraine, they have been very, very different in their instincts. Boris Johnson very, very passionate about leading the UK's response to Ukraine when there was the full-scale invasion from Russia. And we've heard the scepticism from Donald Trump and his plans to try and bring the conflict to a close pretty quickly. And even though Boris Johnson and Liz Truss are politically very different from Keir Starmer on the Ukraine question, Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer are in exactly the same place. The British government's position on Ukraine hasn't changed even through successive prime ministers and a change of party governing the UK. But yeah, there's no doubt there is a difference there, a difference of character, different policy instincts, and then different worldview fundamentally.
And of course, all this will have to be navigated by the incoming British ambassador here, Lord Peter Mandelson, and we will wait to see how he handles that when he arrives here in a few weeks' time. For the moment, Chris, thanks as always for your analysis. We'll talk to you again. Now, we are waiting for President Trump to come onto the floor of the Capital One Arena. He has arrived in the building. We're watching scenes just there on the right of your screen of a military band keeping the crowd energised and warmed up. It's been a very long day for them as we await President Trump there. He is going to make some remarks and deliver an address to those gathered. Now, of course, he's promising a flurry of executive actions on day one, and we do expect some of those to be signed in the Capital One Arena shortly. He's promised action on immigration, on energy production, reducing crime, and a host of other issues. He also has heaped criticism on the administration of his predecessor, Joe Biden. We heard that in his inaugural address and in those unscripted remarks that followed. President Trump saying Joe Biden had spent unlimited funds on the defence of foreign borders while refusing to defend the borders of America. And President Trump was greeted with loud cheers throughout his address, particularly at the points when he said he would declare a national emergency at the southern border.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Now, while we're waiting on President Trump, let's go live to Chicago and speak to our correspondent, Carl Nasman. Carl, Chicago, one of the cities in this country that's watching closely for any executive actions that President Trump might start today as it relates to immigration. What's the view on the ground there?
Yeah, absolutely. Chicago is a great place to be to talk about these executive orders and actions that Donald Trump is planning today that have to do with his immigration policy. We just saw a big protest go through downtown Chicago, in part protesting his immigration policy in his second term. And we also know that this could be one of those cities that is targeted by some sort of widespread immigration enforcement or raids that could be coming up in terms of undocumented immigrants. To talk about some of those actions that we're seeing today and in the coming days, we have a guest here with us, Karen Zwick, the Director of Litigation at the National Immigrant Justice Center. Great to have you here. We have a few minutes time to talk about a few of these actions, which I know you've been following closely. In terms of one thing he said today, where he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship, where anyone who's born in the country becomes a U.S. citizen. In your view, is that something that Donald Trump even can do?
Certainly not in the way that he intends to do it, no. And I should start by saying thank you for having me. But yes, certainly not in the way that he intends to do, because it's in the Constitution. Birthright citizenship is in the Constitution, and that is, I'm sure there will be a legal challenge nearly immediately.
There's some more practical on-the-ground measures here, too, that he's talked about. One of them is getting rid of the Joe Biden policy. There was this app that allowed people to actually apply online for something like asylum or immigration. Getting rid of that, what would be the effects of that, do you think?
Sure. So the app you're referring to is something called CBP1. That app was already eliminated. It's actually gone already. And for the past couple of years, that app has been the only way that an individual who came to the U.S.-Mexico border was able to seek asylum at the border. And so with that app gone, there's literally no way for a person who presents himself at the U.S.-Mexico border, no matter their manner of entry, to actually make a request for asylum. So we think that the determination of that app, particularly when coupled with these pre-existing rules, is certainly illegal.
He's been focusing in on some gangs, Latin American groups, too, hasn't he? Designating them as terrorist groups? What do you make of that kind of language in these orders?
Sure. That's another thing that is exceptionally harmful for immigrant communities, not only because many of the people who are coming to the United States to seek asylum, for example, are fleeing from those very organizations. And if you take away the right to a proceeding for somebody who actually can try to explain what their case is about, they're likely to be tagged as a member of those organizations without even having an opportunity to say, it's not that I'm a member of that organization, it's actually that I am fleeing from that organization. So the fact that those announcements are coupled with stripping of the procedural due process protections that an applicant for asylum in particular would seek is just really stark and what we expected.
Let's talk about what's taking place here in Chicago, and we are at the headquarters, of course, of the National Immigrant Justice Center. So I'm sure you've been tracking closely these reports that we could see sometime maybe the next, days or weeks here in Chicago, some sort of immigration raid, immigration authorities coming here to try to gather up those who are undocumented and remove them from the country. What are the legal hurdles when it comes to something like that?
Sure. So we've been hearing all kinds of rumors about what's likely to happen here in Chicago, ranging from 100 officers to several hundred officers, ranging from a couple of days to a multi-week operation. We've heard them say that they're targeting only specific individuals, but we've also heard them say things like they're targeting people who are recent arrivals to the United States who might be living in shelters.
Right.
I'm referencing that because those things matter in terms of what they're allowed to do. Of course, they are allowed to go and pick up a person who is a known target. But what we saw the last time this happened, and again, it's important to remember that we have been here before, exactly here. President Trump announced Tom Homan as his border czar, and Mr. Homan was in charge of operations like this the last time around, where community members who lived in the same household as a person who was on the list, or even just happened to be in the vicinity of a person who was on the list, were also taken into custody. And that is illegal.
Okay.
And that's something that we're very concerned about.
Yeah, lots of concern, obviously, here in Chicago among the immigrant community here, and there's lots of legal concerns playing out. We'll see how all this shakes out in the coming days.
Okay, Carl, thank you very much for that. Interesting to get the view from the ground in Chicago, and I'm delighted to see that you've been able to move indoors and heat up, because it's even colder in Chicago than it is here in Washington, D.C. today. Now, I am joined with by a guest on our rooftop here, Jens Stoltenberg, chairman of the Munich Security Conference, and of course, most recently, the Secretary General of NATO. Thanks so much for being with us here on BBC News. Now, you were listening very closely, I'm sure, to what President Trump was saying in his inaugural address. He didn't give too many specifics in relation to foreign policy, but what did you make of what you heard?
Well, as you said, it was mainly actually about domestic issues. On foreign policy, he didn't say that much. He said something about peace to strength, which is actually a message very much in line with NATO, that we need to be strong, we need to be united to ensure that we preserve peace.
Now, he did speak, again, not specifically, but in a general way, about US taxpayers' money being used to fund and protect borders in other countries, not in this country. A reference potentially to the Ukraine-Russia conflict and perhaps other places. What did you make of that?
Well, that's a message which, of course, raises some questions among European allies and those countries who are supporting Ukraine. Because we all want the war in Ukraine to end. But we know that the quickest way to end the war is to lose a war. But that will not bring peace, that will bring occupation. So therefore we need to provide weapons to Ukraine to strengthen their position on the battlefield, because that's the only way to convince President Putin that he cannot win, but had to sit down and find a solution where Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent nation.
And when European leaders were here, as you were last July for the NATO summit, there was a lot of side chatter about if President Trump got re-elected, what that would mean for the European relationship, such as it is for Ukraine. What is the sense now where we are on this day?
I think it's too early to say, because, for instance, his closest advisor and special envoy on Ukraine, Kit Kellogg, has stated very clearly that it has to be a solution based on strength. Again, support Ukraine is the way to convince Putin that he cannot win. I don't think we can change Putin's mind, but I think we can change his calculus. His mind is that he wants to control Ukraine, but his calculus may change if he realizes that the price he has to pay is too high. And it's also, you have to remember that last time President Trump was president, I remember very well because then I was Secretary General of NATO, he actually was the president that decided to start to provide lethal aid to Ukraine, deliver the first javelins, the anti-tank weapons that proved so extremely important when Russia launched a full-fledged invasion. So I think it's a bit early, too early to say, but I think that the only message to European allies and those countries who want more support to Ukraine is to engage with the new Trump administration, to sit down and to tell that it matters what they do for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, but also for all of us.
And you mentioned General Keith Kellogg there, the incoming US Special Envoy to Ukraine. We had heard from President Trump on the campaign trail that he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia situation within 24 hours. But we've heard from General Kellogg, he's put a 90-day, middle of May sort of deadline on it. Has there been any further detail about how that might be achieved?
Not much. And again, I think this is very much about strengthening Ukraine to convince Putin that he has to sit down. The problem is not Ukraine. They are invaded by another country. So the problem is Russia. And of course, the situation on the battlefield is difficult. The Russians are pushing. But we need to remember where this started. At the beginning of the war, most experts believed that Russia was going to take Kiev within days and the rest of Ukraine within weeks. That didn't happen. The Ukrainians have liberated 50% of the territory that Russia occupied in the beginning of the war. They're inflicting heavy losses on the Russian occupiers with more than 1,000 casualties per day. And Russia has deployed 80–90% of the land forces, and they have still not been able to control Donbass. So this is not a big success for President Putin.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see, I suppose, what President Trump and his team do from here on out. Chair of the Munich Security Conference, Jens Stoltenberg, thanks so much for being with us here, BBC News in the cold. We really do appreciate you doing that. Now, plenty more is still to come here. We are awaiting President Donald Trump to come up onto the floor of the Capital One Arena and make some remarks there addressing his supporters, and we'll have that live. Do stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello there. There have certainly been winners and losers with the weather story this Monday. In Fife earlier this afternoon, we had some beautiful sunshine, very nice. In Scotland, once again, seeing some of the highest temperatures. But it was a different story further south. There's been, again, a lot of low grey cloud, drizzle at times, misty conditions as well. And this weather front that's responsible for that is not moving very far. So there's more of the same to come for tomorrow. With light winds, we could have an issue with some fog as well. Just look where the drizzle's been sitting today across North Wales, Northern England, a little bit moving out of Devon as well. One or two isolated showers into the far northwest of Scotland, but certainly the best of the sunshine has been through Scotland. Now, we keep some clear skies overnight, and in the southeast, fog could form, some of it dense in places. Our frontal system bringing the showery, drizzly rain sits there across northern England and parts of North Wales. Low single figures to greet us first thing tomorrow morning, so a chilly start. And yes, this fog could be slow to lift, but it will do so, brightening up into the afternoon. Our frontal system continues to sit across the far northwest and once again in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Western Scotland seeing a few scattered showers, but it will be dry with some sunshine. Highs around 8 degrees here, but underneath the cloud, if that cloud lingers and it stays misty all day, it will be a little on the chilly side. Into Wednesday, our weather front gradually starts to ease away. So a cloudy start across the Midlands and East Anglia, brightening up to the north and west behind. And again, those temperatures between 4 and 7 Celsius. Now, I do want to get on to further ahead because a little bit later this week is the start of a stormy period of weather. So that quiet, benign weather being replaced by something wetter and the potential for some disruptive winds. And it's all due to a strengthening jet stream. We're going to see quite a powerful jet pushing its way across the Atlantic and driving potential areas of low pressure towards the UK. So the isobars really squeezing together. The wind's quite a feature. We'll need to keep an eye on the position of this area of low pressure, still subject to change a little. But as we go to the end of the week and into the weekend, it turns increasingly wet and windy.
Today we're looking at the state of British politics.
Asking, is technology ruining football?
Are we too obsessed with our phones?
Helen from Hull wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know space has its own smell?
Really? What of? The world is fast-moving and can be confusing.
So let's talk about it.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Michael Palin.
Boy George, Juliette Binoche, welcome to This Cultural Life.
Some of the world's leading artistic figures revealed to me their influences.
Suddenly there was a little glimpse that perhaps there was a future doing comedy.
And the experiences that have inspired their own work.
Art is so important because it really can transform you inside.
I'm very different to the person I was 10 years ago.
For a fascinating insight into what fires the creative imagination, join me, John Wilson, for This Cultural Life. Watch on iPlayer.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
A new chapter begins with Donald Trump declaring the golden age of America starts right now. Thousands brave sub-zero temperatures here in Washington to witness history. As he leaves the White House, Joe Biden gives presidential pardons to members of his own family, worried about future politically motivated prosecutions. Among the inaugural guests, titans of tech, billionaires now more powerful than ever before.
I will very simply put America first.
He delights his supporters with a slew of measures on day one, including curbing immigration, more drilling for oil, and scrapping government diversity initiatives. And this is the scene live at the Capital One Arena, where President Trump is due to make an appearance.
In our other main news tonight, there's to be a public inquiry into the Southport attacks last July after a teenager pleads guilty to the murders of 3 girls he stabbed to death at a dance class. Alice Aguiar, Elsie Dot Stankham and B.B. King were killed by Axel Rudakubana in the attack. He also admitted the attempted murder of 8 other children and 2 adults and a terror offence.
And stay with us here on BBC News for continuing coverage and analysis from our team of correspondents in the UK and around the world.
Hello to you from a freezing cold Washington, where Donald Trump has been sworn in for a second term as the 47th President of the United States. In his inaugural address, he promised to put America first and said he'd immediately start signing orders to prevent illegal migration, encourage oil exploitation and scrap government diversity programs, moves that will delight the millions of people who voted for him and send shockwaves right around the world. Well, we're going to take a look at some of the key measures he announced on this day one of his presidency and assess what impact they might have. But first, here's Sarah Smith on how this historic day has unfolded so far.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
For Donald John Trump, this is not just a solemn oath of office. For him, this is vindication and it's victory. Welcome home, Joe Biden said, as he greeted the Trumps earlier at the White House, as it is their house now, again. There was none of this courtesy the last time when Donald Trump snubbed the Bidens and skipped town. Both men then entered the beast, the armoured presidential car, riding together, however uncomfortably, on their way to officially transfer power from one to the other. Inside the Capitol, former presidents did turn up by tradition, but his wife couldn't face it.
Present arms!
Former First Lady Hillary Clinton put on a brave face. She's the candidate Mr. Trump defeated in 2016.
The Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr.
Joe Biden says he thinks he could have beaten him last year if he hadn't let Kamala Harris run instead and lose. And what is the collective noun for a gathering of the world's richest men? All the tech billionaires who turned up to offer enthusiastic support. Gathered inside the Capitol Rotunda that was invaded by violent Trump supporters on the 6th of January 2021. For him, it's been a long journey back to the centre of power, overcoming criminal indictments, 1 conviction and 2 assassinations.